And we are live. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the Alien Spaceship stream. You could be watching from anywhere around the country or the world, and I would really appreciate every single one of you. Coming to you from the Spaceship Studios from a galaxy far, far away. Now I'll be switching over. Okay. Alright, so here I am. Hello, everyone. Okay, and I want to. Okay, Mermaid. Thank you for letting me know. I see what you're saying. I'm here. By the way, Richard Schmidt is my grandpa. By the way, shout out to him. And hello, Danielle. Great to see you. Everybody else. All right. And okay, see all the deets, but one of the worst ever. Here, say son safe here with me. I'm glad that your son is safe. Oh, well, I'm glad that your son is safe, and that is really messed up about the police. Wow. Wow. Okay. Thank you for letting me know, Mermaid. It sounds like a really terrible night. Yeah, really terrible. All right, and Mermaid said straight up, not feeling okay, but I'm going to pull out of it, and it's going to be tons of ups and downs. Okay, okay, understood. Yeah, it's certainly going to be a roller coaster of emotions that you're going to be feeling, and because the adrenaline, the fight or flight response, it's going to be there. It's going to go up, down like a piston, definitely. And luckily, Alien, the police were angels. It truly was. Oh, yeah, you see, that is good that you had a good experience with the police and that they were there to help you and be angels. True. Okay. I'm an allergic alien. And yeah, so a shout out to the police because they are there in the front lines to help people in need. And although some people have alleged issues, I'm glad that in your situation, they came and saved the day. There's a lot of wicked, evil people out there, and we have to have people that are going to go in the front lines for those that need help. Well, bless you too, Mermaid. I am thankful for all of you as well. And yesterday, I will say that I we had it was nice talking to you yesterday for over at Smoking Scan. It was nice seeing you there, and blessings and prayers for you and your son and your family. Yes, my beard has grown, and I am still over at the trials of. There's a point where I wasn't there as frequently, but I'm still going there, and I I've been all over YouTube in different regions, and it's been pretty cool. I've been meeting all kinds of different people, but yeah, I've grown the beard out, and it's nice to see you, Danielle, in chat. It's nice to see you here. And Murray said, "So glad the officers I had were huge heroes. They said they may make an arrest. We're all in turmoil. Wow, wow. Oh yeah, you're very welcome. And I like being here for my friends, and I consider you all that I know online my friends, and I really care about you all very much. So it's good to. I appreciate that y'all also like being here with me too. And it's good to help one another and be there for each other because the world can be lonely and it can be isolated. And I will say, although the criticism of technology, I'm glad that it did bring us together. where people can still unite and have connection. So yeah, and Right said, much love to you all. It means a lot. Erwin seems to be going through a lot of ups and downs. Yes, it definitely seems like that in recent times, and on the spaceship too. It does seem like a time of a roller coaster of different things. It's like one day the world's ending, next day it's a little bit peaceful, then another apocalypse is happening. So I do think that recent times in general, it has been very hectic for everybody. We must be we may not be in Kansas anymore, as the saying goes, because this world seems like it's falling apart. Mermaid said, "That's funny you said that, Alien, because I don't hate technology and AI. I definitely see why people do or would, or how it can be bad." Mermaid, I do agree with you because it can have negative effects. It's like say a firearm or some sort of technology. I mean, or anything really. It could be a double-edged sword. It could be used for something good or something bad. So I definitely understand when people are critical of it. Now we're using it for good. A lot of people use it for Timu reasons or Sheen reasons. Danielle says, "Well, update for me. Second eye surgery last Tuesday, and it's good, but I still have broken bone in my foot." Oh, glad that you had your second eye surgery, and prayers that you can have healing and some sort of peace about what you're going through. Right. I hopefully the pain can go away at some point, but thank you for filling me in about what's going on because it's like pain. A lot of these pains that happen, they need to be evicted, but they don't want to leave. It's a the pain is a squatter basically. It just likes to sit in a house it's not welcomed in. And I do think that the things that we go through that don't destroy us make us stronger. And it does build resilience. And because what all the stuff that we all been through, we're still here. We're all still here today after everything that we've been through. I do think that is a positive thing for anybody going through different things. It's positive to go through it and overcome it. It makes us stronger. And I do. Oh, thank you, Richard, for the super chat. I appreciate it. I shout out to Richard for the super chat. Right. Yeah, it's definitely wonderful to start off with healing prayer on the show. I agree for everyone involved. Amen. Yes. Toying with the super stickies. Yes. Exactly. Danielle says, "I'm okay, mermaid," and thank you, Richard, for the second super chat. I appreciate it. Okay, mermaid, and no pain from eye surgery, and no pain from, but either just healing part is long. Yeah, and the healing parts can be tedious over time because it's definitely an obstacles to go through, and I admire the perseverance and the determination to keep going that all of you have because I've seen y'all that stayed here on the spaceship with us. Is there some people that were like to lurk and be dissatisfied? Not all lurkers are bad. Most lurkers in the show are just are regular viewers, but there's some dissatisfied chatters that have parted their ways from the stream. But you all that have stayed here and had resilience, I noticed that you all have resilience in many other ways with your own families and your own lives. So I do appreciate to watch this unfold is very cool. So the resilience of keeping going and not giving up is an important trait for eventual success because there's a saying that death smiles at us all and all man can do is smile back, and we can't always control what happens, but we can control our reaction to things, which I think it's a easier said than done, very much easier said than done. But I appreciate the resilience of chat with the personal struggles that everybody goes through. Because admitting that something's wrong is not a sign of weakness, but a sign of strength. Yeah, absolutely. And Mermaid, with your channel, you're over 150 subs, and I appreciate the hard work you put into your channel because I really like your gaming streams. They're really cool. Hello, Eric. Good to see you, buddy. All right, and you, Mermaid. Hope everything goes well for you in court. Yeah, definitely hope everything goes well for Mermaid in court because that could be very bad. Where bad feelings people could occur if they have negativity with something they went through. All right, Mermaid said, "Thank you, everyone, so much," and they have another thing coming. Mama bears, of course, don't back down. That is true. It's just like in the Bible talks about how God is like the mother eagle, mother bird that helps the young ones in her wings. Yes, the mama bears don't back down, and they have more strength than 10,000 men. Definitely. So it's good, and I think a lot of times no father is better than a bad father. I know there's a lot of things going on, and what's important for people to have father figures and things, but I do think that no, not having a bad one is better than having like no father is better than having a bad one. Right. Oh, thank you, Danielle. I appreciate it. It's nice to see your chats again. Right said, yes, especially those with mental illness. It's hard to cope, but once you get it all figured out, it works. Right. Right, exactly. Yeah. And even smart as serpents and sad as doves. And no, smart as serpents and soft as doves. Right. My mermaid said, I feel awful about this all happening. His father simply doesn't care. It's sad. Yeah, and I can relate to having a similar situation like that, although I didn't deal with much drama because he was in another country. I could definitely understand how the fathers don't. There are fathers out there that do not care about their kids, or they have some personal problem. It's definitely an issue where men can be confident and men can be taking charge and have leadership, but when you have like an evil person that has the confident traits or the positive attributes, it can cause a deception of what they really are, and the true colors come out. So I do think that it's important to have the distinction where there's some fathers shouldn't be involved with their kids, you know, and other times, yes, I do think that there are some situations where the father's not treated equally. If the father's a good father, that has happened, and with the courts, etc. Right, exactly. When someone like doesn't know how to show care, they Eric, yeah, they don't know how to show care, and they don't lack the empathy, or maybe there's something about them that isn't quite right. Yeah, and but there are fathers that are bad too. Yeah, as I tell people that where there are bad ones. Yeah. Right, and see, Danielle says Richard Howell was alien when he was young, and did he do a lot of sweet things? Yes, I did a lot of sweet things when I was little. That's true. And yeah, did a lot of sweet things when I was little, and I yes, my Richard, my grandpa was involved in my life. Yes, that's true. Since I was born, I'm glad he was in my life. But yes, my the father that in England was not involved because he has his own personal issues. And yeah, so I do think it's important to have family members that can step in and take care of a kid is good. Right. Right said, in the good father that doesn't get treated fairly, that's my position. I'm the mom, but gets treated like the wrong. But last court, it went south for the dad, and we'll go again. Okay. Yeah, and court battles can be very stressful on the whole family and the mother and the child. So I do think it's important for women to that are good mothers that are dealing with a father like that. They need to do the proper things. The court should hopefully see the truth about what's going on and continue to give you full custody because the bad influences are bad influences because I think that the saying goes is that society, hard times create strong men, and strong men make good times, and good times create weak men, and weak men make hard times. I think this is a problem these days, and when you have weak men running a society, it causes society to go downhill. Like school shooters or mass shooters and murderers, they their people are going by. No one's perfect, okay? Easier said than done. But when their emotions are getting the better of them, if a man has their emotions out of whack, they can be very dangerous in a bad way. And women, men or women, either gender. So yeah, I think it's important for society. Society, the West and society in general, I feel is just collapsing. But yeah, it's a decaying society. Eric says the other side of that is one who does not have a father figure in their life will grow up, needs to process it later on. Not easy. That is true, and I do think a father figure is needed. I think a father figure is important, but the biological father not necessarily the best, may not always be the best option if they're bad, but they definitely a father figure is very important because a lot of things do happen where it's needed. Someone a stable man in a child's life is important. I do agree with that definitely. It would be a struggle for them to go through. And let's see, you guys wouldn't believe what Judah's grandma texted us and said because of all this investigating, she gives up Judah and says, "Hello, E-Frog, good to see you, buddy." Grandma texted and said, because of all the investigation, she gives up on Judah, who says that about their grandson. Yeah, that is very messed up. And the person sounds, I'm not a psychologist or a doctor or anything, but narcissistic. Something's not right there. And for grandmother to say that's very out of touch, well, I could tell why her son wasn't really that good either because must have been raised incorrectly. Well, that is good, Danielle. It's very good, Noble. 6-year-old who allowed back to her home and dad's they're petty. Yep. Yep. Very good point. My roommate said that is what step parents are held a higher standard now. They should be there, but they must mistreat the child like maybe he was hit in the point. Oh my goodness. Okay. Step parents hold their higher standard and they should be there to mistreat the child. That is very messed up that happened, Mermaid. Wow, hit in the crown jewels. Yeah, yeah, very messed up. Especially the trauma at a very young age is not good. For them to go through. So definitely in life there will be issues and that will persist from this, and that's why it is good to do what you can do to control the outcome of the situation. Because I think that, for instance, people that are not good, they'll like serial killers and stuff. They could act a certain way, but they really aren't what they're actors. They're con artists. They're they're deceivers. And confidence, not being a pushover, that those attributes are what women like. But the thing is that there are people that are like that are just not. You could have those characteristics and not be a bad person. Is what I'm trying to say. Yeah. So, but sometimes it could be hard to tell a man or a woman can both be bad, and you wouldn't know until later. That's why it's good to connect the dots looking backwards. You can look how things connected together or mistakes that were made. You can learn from it. All right, said mom who hit his local nurse. Go figure. Oh wow, wow. Yes, that's true, Eric. Yes, good point. They live in a separate reality. And Eric, cops came and took photos, evidence, and got many arrested. And she said it takes 7 days. You know, Jesus said in the Bible, whoever hurts a child should have a rope tied around their neck and be thrown into the sea, and with a boulder on the other side of it, and they should be thrown into the sea. So, I think anybody that hurts children, you know, because we talk about Epstein on and these Hollywood elites that are doing these evil actions that we on the show quite often, and yeah, just anybody that hurts the children is extremely wicked, and lacks self control because it's a really a cowardly thing to do at the same time. Also, yeah, hopefully does get arrested. I agree. This is about doing. I remember learning from trials that I've watched that it's important for people to do the right thing. You know, for people to do the right thing. And when people do, when you're watching a trial, because lawyers and stuff, it's important for people to be defended and that are, you know, especially if they're innocent. But there's a lot of times where in trials we watch, even if you can make an argument why someone's innocent when they really aren't, it's important to do the right thing. And a lot of times somebody is actually guilty, and it's important to just make them, you know, they obviously did something, they should be locked up. Yeah. So I believe justice will prevail. Yeah, and child abuse is completely unacceptable on any level. It's very wicked and evil. So in these courts, in the courts, I think that, and we've talked a lot about courts and trials in the show Mermaid, so I think you have a good idea about what happens. Of course, you've been through them before, but you know you did see with us about these different trials and you've watched, and I I'm glad that you're taking action and you're doing the proper, correct thing in the circumstances because you know no child should be in an abusive situation. They should be getting out of it. Right. Okay. And that's why empathy is very important. Like we talk about the lizard aliens and the reptilians and these beings that feel nothing for anybody. The evil aliens. They don't feel anything for anybody, and they absorb the human suffering. And a lot of people have been corrupted, and people that are not religious could just see this as a metaphorical explanation for why people are a certain way. So you have these people that act like these reptilians, they're demonic, people are corrupted, and that's where it all originates from. Because the forces of darkness are just into themselves and gaining dark energy from people for their own satisfaction over what's good for anybody else. So that's a lot of people act like these reptilian critters that we speak of on the show. Yeah. Right? So yes, and I believe yes, absolutely shout the chat for supporting Mermaid during this time of crisis of because defending those that can't defend themselves is one of the most righteous things to do. Yeah, Mermaid, how is he doing? That is something Danielle is curious about. I mean, just like the scripture talks about the wolf in sheep's clothing, and you have to be aware of the wolf in sheep's clothing that will act like a sheep, but they're really not, and they show their colors towards whenever they show them. And I think you have a good case, Mermaid, because of the everything that has occurred. It's documented. Clearly, an unstable person that you chose to stay away from, and I think in the long term, eventually, I believe justice will be served, and I'm glad that the police did what they're supposed to do. I can't even bear to imagine you as a parent to have to watch and witness what's going on, because it's especially say parents that have to do with children that went through traumatic events and things with their children is like the worst thing ever for a parent to go through. As I said, a lack of emotional regulation and empathy is very dangerous, and that's what these people do. Oh, show. It just, people can just be really heartless and cringe, but there are, on the bright side, I believe there's no life without dark, and I think that it's very good that people are banding together and coming together as one under these circumstances, and there are empathetic people that are taking care of their children like Mermaid, and people that are uniting against the forces of darkness and people that have been influenced by them. There's a highway to hell and a stairway to heaven for a reason. Mermaid said, he has changing showing signs of ADHD, bullying, and other kids, and grades are. This was conversation had school for. Okay. Think compassion. Imagine the blaming crap. Yeah, exactly. I was like, I'm not the one that did all this to my son. Oh, well, I think that people care and want to see something good happen, but when people take it out and start blaming the blame game, and you've seen over here, Mermaid, sometimes that when there's shooting going on, people like to do the blame game, but sometimes just things just happen, and you had nothing to do with this. It was the other party that did, and a man is supposed to be taking charge and taking control and doing the protection, providing, and especially if you trust someone enough to have a kid with them, or however it occurs, it's something that you now understand, this type of person from that type of person. But as I said, you're not the one that was abusing or doing anything wrong. It was the other parent that was doing that. So yeah, I definitely, and I do think that, just for the record, the school system is a bit outdated, and kids, I think, naturally have a lot of energy. Kids naturally want to do other things, and I do think the school system doesn't completely properly prepare people for the outside world that we're dealing with, or how to make money, or how the taxes work, and product services. Because I also, growing up, was in school. I did good in school, but I was seen as some by some as a little bit different with some ways, but me being different was good for the YouTube stuff. So everybody, and the other things to do. So everybody is, I believe, good at something and find their different hobbies. And remember this, is that the trauma can forge something in iron. It's an opportunity for growth, because there's lots of men that were in wars and that were in the trenches in different battles. So I think hard times can be a positive thing in the long term to make people stronger and more resilient. because it all depends about your view and interpretation of what's going on, which, as I said, easier said than done. Okay. But yes, traditionally, like the viewing, the interpretation of events is the best way to uh, view So I do think with over time, your son will eventually come out of it, whatever is going on, and you are doing the healing process, and I appreciate you doing that. But yeah, I wish the best for him, that over time it can get back to everything, get back to normal, is what I'm trying to say. All right. Oh yes, mermaid, understood. Thank you for letting me know. And yeah, I that is a good idea. The emergency order, yes, that is good to do, because this a person and the woman completely unstable and sounds like a bunch of lowlives and trash that are trying to go and attack. They're trying to do their Timu Shin attack, and but I'm glad that you are doing the right things by doing that order. Is a very the restraining thing is a very good idea. All right, because that will do a wake up call, and I hope they get locked up, because we watch trials, mermaid, often about these evil people doing stuff to children. A lot of the trials we see is about there's this father that's a very dark story. He wanted his kid to lose weight and not be overweight, and he was on the treadmill, and the dude made him do it until the dude made the kid do it until the kid died. So there's some really crazy people I see in these trials, and it's really sickening. And a lot of them have to do with children, so it's very, very. I'm not trying to frighten you, but it's very dangerous for your kid to be anywhere near those people. Okay, because they don't sound like they sound like people that could cause a horrible catastrophe to happen. So you're taking the right precautions. It's just I don't know. It's just these people are just savages, complete savages. Oh yes, absolutely, Danielle. And because the school system, it doesn't really, it's a Timu system. It's a Sheen system too. And like people don't understand. Like even Epstein was talking about in his interview that leaders don't know anything about finance, because you could have someone that's elected because of popularity, not because they know about finance or how the banking works. And you say, Alien, why did he say that? The reason why he said that is you could see, just as the different politicians gotten in power have caused inflation, have caused the collapse, especially Bill, Clinton himself did when he was in office. So like a lot of people that are elected by popularity may not necessarily know about how to do these things with finances and how that stuff works, or about how money works or how business works. Like, so when you have these school systems, I believe that the system, in my opinion, from what Moki and I have researched from Rockefeller, was their systems they created was to make people obedient cogs in a machine to businesses, corporations, etc. So they wanted people to be good workers, a 9 to 5, and to not really think clearly outside the box. So I think it's basically being trapped inside the matrix. That's what a lot of these school systems are. You guys, hugs much to everybody. Everything's going to work out. Yes, mermaid, absolutely. Everything's going to work out fine. And be still, know He is God. And in the shadow of your wings, you are protected by the Lord, both of you. Yeah, Danielle, that man was evil. Definitely, indeed. And there is another one where recently I saw last year where the dude threw his kid in the river. That one wasn't really too good. That was evil. So yeah, just that's what this is reminding me of. It's reminding me of these type of trials that we watch, and I'm glad that her son's all right. I know he's not. He could do better, but he's with her. That's a positive thing. And you know, back in the 40s and 50s, back in the past, even the 80s. I mean, there was Oh, there was always messed up people, okay, throughout time, okay, especially the serial killers that were around. And there's lots of unsolved mysteries going on where people were, all kinds of creepy people were around. I do think that with our social media, we're able to see it more than usual because of the media. And I think that the social media isn't helping, and society definitely is going downhill and it's being more normalized. So I do think those are factors that are contributing to what we have today, such as just the genuine decline of our civilization that happened over multiple decades. Back there's a time where people were better to each other, you know, 80 years ago, and now people are just turned against each other and don't want to have peace. Yes, yes, more than evil, more the worse than the devil himself. Yeah, that, and the dude had no emotion, no empathy or compassion at all. I remember I was reacting to the attorney or the prosecution. I don't remember what it was exactly, but I was reacting to it, and the dude was completely like a joke. It was so hilarious. Of one of the attorneys, it was like crazy to watch. But yeah, that dude had no emotion, no empathy, no compassion. He was just a complete, like, I'm just saying, dude was zoned out completely. Like, he threw a baby in a river and just like went back home and just didn't. It was unfazed. When he was sentenced and all, he was unfazed. A lot of these people are just really unfazed or angry, and that's how you can tell when somebody they lack those certain emotions. I mean, people that lack these emotions that are not going to come out like that, but still they will do these unspeakable things. The lack of impulse control, they're real selfish, they care about themselves. It's just completely ridiculous. I agree, Danielle, that is very true. Serial killers, feminicide, meaning men that murder their wives, girlfriends, etc., and child abuse are the worst. Oh, I definitely agree that those are the worst ones. And there are people that maybe sold drugs because it was the only way they could get by, or somebody that stole something because they were hungry. Although that's really bad, still they were put in a situation they felt that they had no way out and they didn't express themselves right. And then, but yeah, these other types of people that are serial killers, that are these murderers and girlfriends, wives that they're killing, yeah, that is especially people that are maybe defenseless or not able to fight back as easily. That is something that I think is completely horrid and disgusting for people to do. Definitely. Mermaid said, OMG, yes. And when you see wings, if possible, you take action, and that's me. I don't like to wait for kids to pass till stuff's done. The world we are in now. Yes, Mermaid. I'm glad that you take action, and you always were a woman of action, and you're always defending yourself and others and chats, and you always had my back and stuck up for me when I needed an ally. But you always stood for what you believed, and that's very important for you to do. And yeah, exactly, Efog, because these animal abuse. I don't want to forget about animals either. So animal abuse as well is extremely wicked and evil too, and hurting children. Yeah, it's very creepy, and it certainly needs to be prosecuted by the law. And yeah, I think that is absolutely true about that. And Merman, I do appreciate that you always took action, because you knew that things, if you don't do anything, it's going to get so bad that it'll be unthinkable things will happen. Mermaid said, absolutely, it is people who torture animals, and oh god, they're the weakest psychos ever. I hate it. Yeah, definitely. I I definitely think that they are the most vile, disgusting ones on this earth that need to be locked away and sent down under to the abyss into hellfire. Definitely, because the animals can't defend themselves or do their own thing. So I I think that that is very wicked. A lot of serial killers start out by doing stuff like that, and they work their way up to people. Yeah, so yeah, animal abuse is very evil also, and another thing I think is evil is hackers and scammers in Africa and Asia and these different countries. Like they'll have these the Nigerian prince thing where you have the dude that comes on and scams everybody. There is I think that's very messed up too. There is this evil thing like there's evil thing that happened where there's these scammers in Africa that used AI to of this a child in Kentucky, and the Africans were telling him that they're gonna go show his parents and his family if they didn't give him $5,000, and it was AI of him doing sexual things. It's really disgusting, and the kid deleted himself, and that's a very sad story. But see, that's why these scammers even people that steal people's bank accounts and their money and stuff online. The internet is like your virtual reality, so hacking it is very evil. So yeah, I think that these cyber hackers that are doing evil things are just as bad. Yes, and the predators on TV, it's good that they are exposed. Like for like Chris Hansen, Catch a Predator. That is, and Skeeter Jean. That's another good one. Yeah, those are definitely good to see the predators get caught in their own tracks. And a lot of times when I would see a Catch a Predator from Chris Hansen when he would do it, or Skeeter Jean, which is a YouTuber that who does it now, or although Chris Hansen still does it on YouTube, uh, there's he's the OG. But yeah, so either one when or any of these people that catch predators online, they always say it's their first time. They didn't know they're role playing. They didn't really mean it, and there's so many of them. And it's so creepy. And they every time they get caught, they do the same thing over and over again, and they never take personal accountability, and they always like to blame someone else. And there's this one time there's this 20-something-year-old that was talking to a 15-year-old, and they were out like on the sidewalk, and the dude was just saying that he was being really annoying to Skeet. He was very annoying, and he was saying that he was going to meet up another girl, but he was just doing it to see what would happen, and he was just thought it was a joke. And he said the police are coming soon. That's not a joke. And he was like, for real. And then the dude darted off and ran off. It's just, and then they're chasing after him. It's like dude was like he was being cocky. He thought he was special. He was just like, hey, but this is just it's funny. Is a police coming? Is that funny? It's not. It's like they don't think it's funny when police come. Right. Danielle said people scam seniors and ask for some money, and that is absolutely more than evil. It's very evil, especially hurting the seniors, and that is disgusting that they do that. The hackers doing that to seniors. Another thing that happens with seniors is they have um, situations with drug dealers try to target them, their purses, whatever. So it is a lot of lowlives that attack the elderly as well. Yeah, and Murray said I watched a guy named Joshua Mundy who beats on predators. That's good. He's doing that. I think it's very important for people to call out and stand up to these predators and with all their shenanigans. Exactly, Frog. It's completely terrible. Completely terrible. Eric says the older you get, the more you have to believe, rely on the kindness of strangers. Right, right. And also, I love the shows where they set up and it's insane for others. Yeah, I saw a guy that said that and said police are coming, and he was nuts. Yeah, I know, and they act all entitled. They act all like offended. There is this one episode where this like stereotypical big overweight dude that was like a basement dweller looking guy was told to go to a movie and bring a Barbie doll to meet up a 10-year-old girl to go to a movie with her. It's like these people really believe that these people really believe in that they have a shot with to that people that are like little kids want to talk to them. It's really stupid and creepy. And the things these predators will do, they'll get them like Mike's Lemonade. They'll get them these, treats and stuff. And that's another way of proving intent. Yeah. Something on the porch. Be right back. One moment. Okay, here we are. Yeah, they should do more shows like that, Mermaid, so we can see the being caught. Oh yeah, there is tons of them online. Like with, as I said, Skeeter Gene, you could look up. He has tons. He has thousands of videos about that and of the predators being caught. And sometimes they'll act like they're investigators doing an investigation, and they're not actually trying to catch. They're not actually trying to talk to an underage person. They were just doing an experiment, and they come up with an elaborate story. And then sometimes they have to go and call the spouse or the ex and tell them what's happening, and that is extremely completely messed up that they do that. But it's funny to see their reaction and funny to see them squirm. They flee like roaches and rats. That's what they are. They're fleas. They're roaches and rats, and they get caught and they get served like a Thanksgiving dinner. They realize they were not the winner. It's like they thought they were spinning, but they were in a situation where they were the spinners. So, yeah, that is completely a fact about the predators. And shout out to those people that are actively going out of their way to make sure that they get caught red-handed in their tracks. Some of the cases that I've seen that are very haunting is the cases that never get solved. Back in the 80s and in the past, before modern technology, although they still happen now, there were situations where police were slacking or were corrupted, and there wasn't a technology to really find out who was with what. Like, for what I mean by that is, you don't know, like, there'll be a murder, or there's this one story I saw where there's this woman, that a black woman that was in a motorcycle accident, and she got her mind messed up from the accident. Oh yeah, he's probably lurking, or he's may have had to go do something else. He's all right. Shout out to him. And there were these things that occurred where she was in a hospital bed, and she was, her family was watching over her. This is back before we had way we do things now. She was in a house, or she was in a recovery. Let's say she was in recovery. This She was telling her family that she was going away with the kind woman, and she was never seen again, somewhere in San Francisco. And you never know. They never found this woman over 30 years later. So we don't. Now things would be so different where this would not even happen, you know. But back in that day, things are different. But yeah, when you have a situation like that happen, it's mysterious. It's like the woman probably kidnapped her, and or as part of something, or so it was a Jane Doe that passed away. But then there is a message later. There is a alleged contact by her, a muffled phone call from some other state, and then that was it. Because there's a lot of these missing people. They'll pop up again, and they will say how, hey, I'm here or whatever, but it's not really completely genuine. It's something, and it doesn't really produce a lead. So either it's something fake by a grifter or the kidnapper themselves. So there's lots of unsolved cases where people go missing and you don't know what happened. And with our technology now, it would be easier to figure out what happened to who now. But back in the past, it wasn't as easy to do. But of course, missing people still happen. It's still to this day. Even with cameras, like there'll be a mysterious vehicle that'll pull up and get somebody, and then they're gone, and that's it. With DNA, they have been able to catch many serial killers that are older men now with DNA. I think that is a positive thing that they're catching them all these years later. Because back in the past, yes, lots have improved over the last 25 years. Because yeah, there is these situations where people would go look for something, right? And you could catch somebody. Now you catch somebody with digital stuff, but back then it was on leads and etc. Yeah, and this is why a lot of serial killers were hard to find back in the past. It was easy for them to do what they were doing, and people back a long time ago were really trusting of people, and there was hitchhikers more frequently. But the hitchhiking thing was a really bad idea because things didn't go right from it. Now, there's one I was talking to earlier today where she was saying how this old man wanted her and her friend to go in an airplane ride. It was actually just a nice old man, and they had a fun airplane ride looking over some mountains and came back safely. So, but she thought they were going to be murdered, or something like that was going to happen. But so yeah, it's just back in the day, it was people were more trusting, and kids used to just play outside outside all day and come back in. People don't do that now, and I don't recommend people do that now, because there's debates I've gotten into with people where they think kids need to be independent, go to the store, and walk by themselves. Not a good idea. There's a dude with a free candy van with a dressed in a teddy bear costume. It's lurking around probably. So it's not really a good idea to do that. There's this one story of this this man who was a rancher and he had a son. Right, exactly. You cannot do that now. Right. There was a rancher and he was leaving with another man and they went to get breakfast and then the father disappeared and the rancher never came back. So there are different theories about what happened. And the person was going through a divorce and going through financial troubles. It's possible he was trying to get money and he was involved in a Ponzi scheme and the drug deal went bad and he was deleted. He was going to start over. Oh, hello. Welcome to the chat, Moki. Shout out to you. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, so the dude was he was either. So this other man, he's a suspect in the crime. But no one knows who the man is. It's kind of like they could never track the guy down. So the father of this son, he was going out to do something. He never came back. Some people think he could have been murdered, or he went to go start a new life somewhere. And allegedly, he was at a bar, and they're trying to talk to him, but he refused to talk, and the person just slithered off. Now the son insists that his father would never do that to him and leave out like that, but it's a mystery that to this day people don't know what happened. Others assumed he was working on another ranch somewhere, but yes, back in these different times, it seemed more. This is before social media's massive surveillance today, so it's mysterious. People just speculate what it could have been, and there's no body that was recovered either. Interesting though, I was able to play outside late without fear of harm, and we had less effective tools. Oh yeah, the very good point. Yeah, very good point. There was, and I do think social media is a part of it. How people are seeing things is different now, because social media definitely did not help the situation, but it made the situation worse in some ways. Although it's good, social media is good in a lot of ways, but it's also bad in other ways too. And I think it is absolutely a good way to parallel from that time period to this time period. Okay, and another situation was a ghost story, a ghost mystery. Now, with ghosts, we talk about paranormal things in this show a lot, and there is this, which we're still talking about the other thing I just mentioned, is another mystery, where there is this woman who appeared on the highway. There's a woman that appeared, a silhouette of a woman that appeared on the highway, and her face was blacked out, like just a void. And people are driving by and looking at what on earth is that. And then this other dude uh, brought her to found this glowing woman and brought her to a party, and then he was going to take her home. Then she vanished. So there's a theory that it was a ghost of this woman that was in an accident back in the 20s that was still lurking around. The thing is, though, is there's theories that it could be an interdimensional being or some sort of a counterfeit person that could have been doing that. But of course, there's still spirits and ghosts of people also, just as there's aliens, in my opinion, and there's interdimensional beings. I'm just saying that there could be both that could, depending on testing the spirit. So if a spirit is deceptive or not really too good, I wouldn't trust its origins. That's what I'm trying to say. And if a spirit's good, then it's okay. That's what the Bible says to test the spirit. That's a way to kind of a crash course on if a spirit is good or not. If it's doing something weird, and it's maybe not what it's saying it is, because they're tricksters. But if it's something good, maybe it's a righteous one. And yes, absolutely, absolutely. Amoki, please do. I was going through the links that you're sending me, and very awesome content uh, that you're sending. And I was looking at about the general yesterday that was missing, and all the other links. Really brilliant. Okay, so let's go down here and put this right there. And Miranda says hello to Loki. Awesome. The magnificent, amazing Loki. All right, saving right here. All right. Yes, absolutely. Yes, the link between the some aliens and some of the ghosts. Yeah, definitely. Oh, good, good, good. All right, and so I'll explain to you all about the missing general right here, and let's go this way. Yes, thank you for the links. Absolutely. All right, so what is the general? So there's General William Neil McCalland. All right, McCasland. So he is a retired United States general and astronautical engineer. He went missing on February during the time of February 27th at 11 a.m. To give you all some background about who he is, and just as Virginia Goof, not Virginia, wrong person, Nancy Guthrie was missing in the similar region. There's Epstein files being released, and there's alien files being released. There's all these different things talked about, and the aliens and Epstein are both interlinked, by the way, and that has been causing a giant uh, confusion going on here. Thank you for the link, Mermaid. Awesome. Facts. Oh, thank you. Thank you. I will. Brilliant journalist in this chat. All right. All right. So let's go to the breakdown. He was, yes, right, retired military general and astronautical engineer, who most notably served as a commander in Air Force Research Laboratory (AFRL) at Wright-Patterson Air Force Base. As of early March 2026, he is the subject of the widespread search for after being reported missing in Albuquerque, New Mexico. Oh, okay. So, okay, the thing about the going to space, I do think that it is real and it's certainly going to be happening at a point. The thing about space travel is that when Passion was on the show with me on one of our marathons, our late night marathons that we do, we were talking about You don't think we went to the moon in the 60s? Okay. Oh, you don't at all. Now, oh yeah, because I'm getting ahead of myself here. Because space travel in general, it'll happen at a certain point in the future, a couple hundred years from now to 1,000 years from now, to get to different planets, etc. All right, so yeah, the theories about the moon landing, that the moon landing did not happen the way we think it did. So yes, it's very under suspicious circumstances. It doesn't really seem like it's necessarily occurred. Now I will go down this way and provide some more information. Yeah, because yeah, space travel I think can happen, but the other types of travel to the moon in the '60s, I don't really know either. If that happened. Yeah, Eric Mitchell said he was the sixth person to walk on the moon. Exactly. Right. Okay, going here because we're gonna get ourselves. Oh, I don't even have to do that. I could just go in this way. I could go this way. I'm gonna get some reels out to show mermaid. Here. Here. Oh no, we have a conspiracy theory that it did not really happen the way they said it happened, like in the '60s. No. No, this is what I meant to do. Go this way. Christmas. Oh yeah, Christmas is coming. Let's do this right here and copy this. Kerbic. Right. And going this way. Let's see. All right. This is something. All right. This is a video right here.
Zoom in on the sun, but
Go
for
this
some
way. I'll
reason we
explain
can't
about
zoom
the
in on
moon
the
landing being
moon
fake
and see the
in a
flag.
moment.
Isn't that concerning? We can zoom in on the
What's this
sun,
called? Oh yeah.
but for some reason we can't zoom in on the moon and see the flag.
All right. So right here is something from this place.
Isn't that concerning? We can zoom in on the sun, but for some reason we can't zoom in on the moon and see the flag. Isn't that concerning? We can zoom in on the sun, but for some reason we can't zoom in on the moon and see the flag. Isn't that concerning? We can zoom in.
Right, so we
on
could
the
zoom
sun,
in on the moon,
but for some
we can't zoom in on the moon where all this stuff allegedly took place. Right, and explain about the conspiracy about the moon. So We were in a race with Russia, and they wanted to say we went to the moon for political reasons, but it didn't really happen at that exact moment. So the theory is that it happened, but it happened later than what they said as a competition thing. So the way it happened on the moon was just not really accurate. It was more for political ploys. That is the reason why, my opinion, they didn't really go on the moon in the 60s. And supposedly he was hired to direct the moon mission on film with actors. Mitchell is doing emails in Pizzagate and Podesta about disclosure. Yeah, all this stuff is connected. Absolutely. All right. Yeah, all this stuff is definitely interconnected, and yeah, the moon landing is a suspicious thing. How they didn't really convey it right, because a lot of the stuff we see is false flags and things that were staged, and not really things that actually occurred. Right, and there our society. Ah, yes. Okay. Okay. There it is. The whistleblower. Maybe the footage we have seen was a mixture of real and stage. Right, right, right. That is another thing that occurred is real and staged. That is true. Okay. So here we go. Let's see. Weather balloons. Okay. And Danielle says, how can they make us believe even today that they did walk on the moon when it wasn't real? Well, because there's a mainstream narrative that is put out. A lot of the people are told in the media to trust what they are saying. And people over time are conditioned to believe what they're told. And people that call it out as something fake is not true. But the thing is that when you look at different details about it, and people really look into the moon landing, how it worked, what the political proxies of the time were, it can raise reasonable doubt about it being happening the way it happened at that time. So back in the past, there was not a lot of technology like we have now in today's age, and they were put something on a TV and people believe it. But over time, people looked into it deeply and looked and dissected the different events, and it just would not add up that it happened at that moment. Now, a lot of people get or feel strongly about it, and maybe we're wrong, but that is why people were convinced it was real when it really wasn't. Right, and they made people believe the COVID vaccine was safe. They convinced people that aliens were not even real. So it depends over time that people were convinced that the communism was true. People were convinced that the different dictatorships that rose to power were true, but they weren't. So a lot of people could get into a hive mind way of thinking without actually thinking outside the box, and that really creates the matrix. All right, so theories are so here's some list of the waving the flag. The theorists claim that American flag flutters as it breezes, which is impossible in the moon's vacuum. So, for instance, when the in the video the moon is the flag on the moon is flutters, and it's impossible for that to happen in space. And there were missing stars. For instance, there were stars that were missing that were not really seen. So it looks more like a room, a dark room, like a film set, or something that is reality. So the moon landing happened later than they originally said it was. Right. They say we took over the Ven because of drugs when it was about oil. Right, right. It had to do with oil, just like the wars in the British Empire were about opium. And let's go this way. So it was like the broadcast, and you could even say they went to the moon, but the broadcast was faked. So also there are theories about shadows. Shadows point to multiple directions, suggesting studio lighting. So the way the lighting, especially the lighting inside the moon landing video, looks artificial, rather than looking like a lunar light or however it's supposed to really look like. This is where we dissect things into conspiracy theory to really pinpoint what is really real, what isn't. When people are told, look, there's a moon landing, it's basically like same thing with scamming people or with business. Like, people are not going to look at the fine print. They're going to usually be told something simplistic and go along with it. With the moon landing, people looked at it, it looked like a stage lighting. For instance, in Titanic, right? Titanic was heavily stage lighted. The 1997 film with the DiCaprio. That movie was extremely artificially lit. The real Titanic sinking was very, very, very dark. It was dim. It was like our dark red, orange light, and people couldn't see anything. It was nearly pitch black. So, but they made it artificial for the movie, especially the scenes where they're in there's some deleted scenes where Jack and Rose are trying to get away from Cal, and there's more of there's a bigger fight that happens with the police officer chief too. That was in a deleted scene. All of that was artificial lighting because the real lighting was much different than. So, going back to my point is that the moon landing, the lighting in it is just looks more artificial. The flag is fluttering a little bit, and it doesn't do that in space. The background, there doesn't seem to be stars. It doesn't seem to be completely accurate. It looks more like a movie set than it would be an actual moon landing. Okay, thank you. Ah, facts. That's a very good link. Good link. All right. Radiation death. Proponents argue that astronauts would have been killed by the Van Allen radiation belt. Oh, thank you. Okay. Then that is a fun channel for people to watch. That is cool. Go for it. Thank you for posting, Eric. Okay. And so those are some reasons why the moon landing was faked. That it was a artificial film that was not really on the moon. Yeah. So those are the reasons why. First of all, you have a film of people in the 60s and decades watching people doing a moon landing, right? Without question or forethought. You have fact checkers that are looking at it. It looks the background's dark with no stars. The lighting looks artificial. There's a radiation factor to be taken into consideration. The flag flutters a little bit. So all these different factors, especially the political proxies at the time, that it was a broadcast over something realistically occurring. And I wonder in the 60s about how we would transmit a signal like that, with the cameras and stuff at that time, which I don't know if it was happening necessarily live, if or it was filmed later. I don't really know if it was live from the moon or they filmed it later. But yeah, that's basically what the moon landing thing of it not being real. Oh, thank you, Eric. Thank you. Right, the shadows don't match in the moon. Yeah, I don't know. Was it filmed live from the moon? I don't think it was, or did they come back and put it on the screen? I don't know. That's something I don't know. All right, there's arguments that NASA simply filmed the astronauts on Earth and slowed down the footage to make it look like they were floating, leaping in low gravity. So the theory is that they were filming them in low gravity, leaping around, rather than actually being authentic. Oh, signal communication. Okay, okay, understood. If the lunar LM had enough thrust to land, it should have left a massive crater, or at least kicked up a giant cloud of dust that would settle in the landing pads. That's another thing that didn't make any sense with that time. Astronauts were able to take high leaps because they were able to be supported by wires and harnesses simply on stage. Oh, nice. UFC. I love watching UFC and those types of shows. Yeah. My grandpa likes watching that too. There's Conor McGregor. There's different fighters that are cool to watch. Nice. All right, astronauts were able to, because of the harnesses. Oh, the guy just got kneed in the nuts. There he is. Kirk back through. Osh said Eyes Wide Shut, which is originally about kids, not swingers, and no, it's all true. Okay. And the hammer feather drop. To prove the gravity was working exactly as predicted, the vacuum, the commander, David Scott, Apollo 15 dropped the geology hammer and falcon feather at the same time. It was a trick prop. So those are just some reasons why the moon landing may have been faked. The moon landing happened at a later date. So we really did go on the moon. It did land, but it happened at a later time. All right. And so there's that right there. Okay. Let's see. Okay. And that sounds cool. It's happening right at the moment. Yeah, shout out to Moki for the great info. Yeah. That's always cool to watch. Those different fights. They can be so funny. Now, going this way to this. I may have closed that window out. Wow, this is a lot of windows are open, chat. A lot of windows are open. Oh, going there. All right, Mermaid says, I believe both theories, like it might have had technology to do so or not. Okay, understood. Understood. All right, and let's see, skies, pyramids. Okay. Sure, y'all heard a lot of different things going on at the moment, right? And yeah, okay. So so a little more about the general that went missing. To give you all like a crash course about that. Okay, let's go down here this way. Oh, okie dokie. All right, so the Major General William McCasland, his affiliation with Tom DeLonge, music founder of the Stars Academy, was primarily based on the claims that made by DeLonge in the leaks of 2016 through McCasland has never officially confirmed them. And yes, he worked with Tom DeLonge, right? Oh, Danielle, they did think about that at the time, but just with the internet, people are able to. It circled around more with the internet. So yes, there were people that back in the 80s and 90s that thought that. That's probably where the origins probably came from, that era, or around even the time it actually happened. So, and when they figured it out or not is irrelevant. Eventually, people had suspicions about it at some point. So that is the reason. So the reason is whenever they figured it out, regardless of date, people, if the technology got more advanced and they knew or learned more things and they questioned it, or in those time periods they're questioning it at that time too, but with the internet it came out more frequently. Yeah, because none of these conspiracy theories are new. A lot of these theories are old, from not old, but they're older theories than the newer ones. Oh, you're welcome. Okay, so 2016. I think we've been there for sure now. So actual when the first time it seems to matter less. Exactly, exactly, Eric. The time it actually occurred really doesn't matter. Of, but the first time may have not have been really the first time. All right. DeLong claimed that McCasland has been working with him for months and helped assemble the advisory team and high-ranking military intelligence insiders. Yes, yes. And what Moki said is a true theory. Is that, well, I don't know if it's been proven true, but it's a theory that is circling around that we are mining the moon. There's something that is confirmed that is true, that they eventually want to mine asteroids and meteors for gold and silver. So there is the mining on the moon. Definitely, they're trying to get the resources off of it. There is another thing of creepy sounds coming from the moon, and it sounds like ooh, it's like some. It sounds like some kind of yelling or yodeling. And there's theories that there are aliens on the moon doing something, some kind of a bizarre thing going on with that. Oh, hello, Todd. Good evening to you. Yes, they're waiting for us across the crater. Yes. Okay. So, disclosure strategy. According to the emails, McCasland provided advice on how to navigate government disclosure regarding unidentified aerial phenomena. UAP. DeLong specifically targeted McCasland because he had commanded the Air Force Researcher Laboratory, AFRL, at Wright-Patterson Air Force Base, the site where DeLong claimed that the debris from Roswell crash was originally sent in ALS. Yes, you know what I'm talking about, Eric. The yodeling on the dark side of the moon. Yes. Yeah. And I'm thinking of Pink Floyd now. All right. Okay, so now more on McCasland. So McCasland went missing. So McCasland went missing, and people think he could have been abducted by aliens. Some other people think that he could have been silenced, could have been censored because he knows things they don't want them to expose. There's and also Nancy Guthrie went missing too around the same time. It's very bizarre. Covering up Epic Fury. Fury. Okay. And let's go this way. Oh yeah, save that window here. Absolutely, we'll get into that too. Weird. Okay. And we'll get into that as well, Todd. Let's go here. This way. On the screen. Oh yeah, we've talked about that on some of the other streams. Yeah, just for you all to understand what it is. Oh, time is changing tonight. Thank you, Todd, for the reminder. All right, Operation Epic Fury is an ongoing large-scale military campaign launched on February 28, 2026 by the United States partner force against the Iranian regime directed by President Trump. Operation aims to systematically dismantle Iran's security infrastructure and eliminate its nuclear threat, and ensuring Iran never acquires nuclear weapons, destroying Iran's offensive ballistic missiles, drone arsenal, naval derange, annihilating Iran's naval ensure security, vital internal waterways, crippling the regime's proxy terror networks across the Middle East, and strike the early 2026 U.S. Central Command reported sinking the Iranian vessels, including drone carrier. Defensive operations, precision strike have reportedly decreased Iranian ballistic missile attack by 90%, drone 83% silence of the operation state. Okay. So that is a summary of what Operation Fury is. It's the operation in Iran that they're doing to try to get the regime to not be there anymore. Threat. Oh, it's on the Canadian news too. Okay. Thank you. All right, let's pin this. Okay. So Alien Miranda, mom is doing better, a little bit better. They're doing more tests on Monday. No clear diagnosis yet. Okay, yeah, we are praying for your mom, Todd. I really deeply appreciate the update. Okay, and going back to the general, so who most notably served as the commander of Air Force Research Laboratory (AFRL) at Wright-Patterson Air Force Base. As early as March 2026, he has a subject of a widespread search for being reported missing in Albuquerque, New Mexico. During his 34-year career, 1979 to 2013, McCasland held several high-level leadership positions, including a space research acquisition. Led by a global workforce over 10,000 personnel and managed to combined research and development budget approximately 4.4 billion. Right. Served at the Pentagon under the Secretary of Defense, where he oversaw the nation's most sensitive and secretive technical programs. And here's his connection with UFOs and aliens. McCasland gained public attention outside the military circles when his name appeared in the 2016 WikiLeaks release of emails from John Podesta. Oh, it's 5 hours from you. Okay. Wow. That's really cool. All right. Tom DeLonge, advisor, musician, and UFO researcher. Tom DeLonge described McCasland as key advisor who helped assemble his research team. Wright Patterson link. DeLonge claimed McCasland was uniquely knowledgeable because he commanded the laboratory where debris from 1947 Roswell incident was allegedly sent. McCasland has never publicly confirmed or denied these claims, and he is currently missing at the moment. Has not been found. It's near Dayton, Ohio. Okay. All right, and here's some other theories about it. Is some different allegations. General McCallison has been missing since last week. Not last week, but since February 27. The 2016 that the advisor of UFO disclosure and helped assemble the TSA team he worked where Roswell wreckage was. Advisors told him that Iran, China, North Korea also had UFO crashes and were being manipulated by the others. So it's a theory that the China, Russia, Iran, no, China, no, not Russia, but China, Iran, and North Korea were influenced by the extraterrestrials. The long advisors that the others are hive-minded and have no souls, and worship their technology and feed off negativity. DeLong's advisors say that UFO phenomena are old gods fighting amongst themselves and factionalizing about mankind inside wars. So, all right, Danielle says, "Well, everyone, time for me to go and rest. Eyes. Good night, alien." Okay, good night, Danielle. Ready hugs. Good luck and rest. People have evening. DJ, it has been so long. It really has. It's so great to see you, and I hope you've been. How's everything been going? I hope everything's been, you've been doing all right. Yes, and okay, and so we have this situation where he uh, with this general, he was involved with the UFO research and UFO gathering in the materials, and that the theory is from his companion was that they are gods. The old gods are the aliens, and that they worship their own technology, and they are not. Well, they're claiming to be exactly. Right. So one of the emails says he mentioned he's a skeptic. He's not been working with him for 4 months. I just got done with giving him a 4 hour presentation on the entire project for a few weeks ago. Trust me, the advice has already been happening on how to do this, and he just has to say that out loud, but he is very aware, and he is charge of the stuff. When Roswell crashed, they shipped it to the laboratory at Wright Patterson Air Force Base. General McCasland was charge of that exact laboratory up a couple of years ago. Glad that you've been maintaining. And Timbaland has not done a live stream in a long time. I went and checked, and he has not done like lives in a year. And people in the comment section are asking where he was. Here. Yeah. And okay, and I'm going to go play this clip. Let's see. Here. All right, and switching over to the other screen right here. Been trying to work, do online dating and radio show, and it's been good, bad times. Oh, yeah, and understood, and glad that you're still doing the radio show and you're trying to meet different people. The internet can be a tool to meet and find all kinds of people. And eventually, at the right time, you'll meet the right one. And DJ said, but damn, Timbaland, he supposedly took all the music people sent him and used it to make AI hip hop beat program. Wow, wow. Oh, yeah. I figured what he was doing was he was harvesting the the different tracks he was getting. And I remember he was doing because he did this marketing thing where he was doing a contest about, whoever has the best one is gonna be featured in his new album. I'm thinking to myself, I didn't even know this dude was doing an album. But it was a marketing thing. So yeah, I don't know. We will. I'm sure he probably is doing something with that. I'm sure the whole reason was to get the AI stuff. And then he'll go and tell people. I remember the one time there's a dude, because I always say Timu all the time, and Timbaland was like, "Oh, you have." He was told one of the person on the stream with him was like, "So you have a Timu phone," and the dude said he's 30, and Timbaland said chat said 40. But yeah, so yeah, he was harvesting all the AI, and maybe he's stuck in the AI matrix. So that must be the reason why I was doing all those lives. Yeah, I figured. Oh yes, peace and love to you too, DJ. Absolutely. And DeLong seemed to share some of the ancient alien theories. Yes, that is true. DeLong does seem to share those theories about that. And shout out to Moki for these amazing links. And yeah, that was the situation with this individual. He was doing things in the program, and maybe he had some information he wanted to silence. And he allegedly, the people that want to censor the Epstein stuff, he was not involved with Epstein stuff, but he could be indirectly linked to knowing things about stuff, right? He may have known something, but he was not involved with the vials, though. And I'll pull that up right now about the link. to that because I remember that was something that occurred. Let's see if I can find it. Okay, so reporting the release of the DOJ files that include that the news and photos details that from Epstein's Zorro Ranch, which is located nearby Santa Fe County, New Mexico. So he may have been close to Zorro Ranch. That's the only thing we could link to it, though. Not that he did anything, but he could know things. Possibly. Local news broadcasts have featured stories of both active search from McCasland and ongoing Epstein document release of the same segments, leading to the names appearing in the same headlines and new feeds. Okay. And let's go this way. All right, so we're going to. I want to play this clip. This is DeLong talking about the alien stuff, reacting to this dude's video. So I'm reacting to a reaction.
Also, Chris Mellon, Lou Elizondo.
The way it's been told to me is that we are trying to keep it secret so we don't get the conflict. We don't initiate a conflict where other people aren't, quote, considering the manipulations of the others. So it's like this really touchy dance that we've been doing for 60 years, trying to figure out who is being manipulated as a country more than the other. Not the others, but we just know that when you look at places, you got to think about this, for example. Now go back to when Bush came out and he's talking about Iran and North Korea, the axis of evil.
Some of these regimes have been pretty quiet since September the 11th, but we know their true nature. North Korea is a regime arming with missiles and weapons of mass destruction while starving its citizens. Iran aggressively pursues these weapons and exports terror, while an unelected few repress the Iranian people's hope for freedom. Iraq continues to flaunt its hostility toward America and to support terror. The Iraqi regime has plotted to develop anthrax and nerve gas and nuclear weapons for over a decade. This is a regime that has already used poison gas to murder thousands of its own citizens, leaving the bodies of mothers huddled over their dead children.
Yeah, and a lot of these things have alien technology in it, by the way, in my opinion.
This is a regime that agreed to international
countries, the ones that are by design or maybe by accident happening to crash a very advanced piece of technology in the country's borders so they make better weapons to fight bigger wars. And we're not the only ones that have had a crash. Yes. And so when we make big statements about North Korea or big statements about Iran or China, it's because we are aware that those places are being manipulated and have very advanced technologies now.
Some of these regimes have been pretty quiet since September the 11th.
Parts of the government that know about the UFO phenomenon, the ones they call the others, the ones that are influencing countries, the ones that are by design or maybe by accident happening to crash a very advanced piece of technology in the country's borders so they make better weapons to fight bigger wars. And we're not the only ones that have had a crash. Yes. And so when we make big statements about North Korea or big statements about Iran or China, it's because we are aware that those places are being manipulated and have very advanced technologies now.
Oh yes, I have heard about that too, about the Stargates in Iraq. Mm-hmm. And they lead to these other dimensions. definitely have that has been a situation in time that we have been researching. Yeah, because these interdimensional beings are communicating with the people in those different eras at those times, and still are prevalent today. Yeah, and now continuing.
Are they potentially don't have souls? They are like clones, and they worship their own technology to some degree, but they feed off fear and negativity. And the one thing that they cannot stand, it's like dropping, it's like jumping into a pool of acidic, like nuclear waste that would incinerate you in 2 seconds, because they cannot stand the frequency of elevated human consciousness.
Right.
So what's the best way to keep us from elevating our consciousness? You crash a craft and the transistor pops up, and you get video games and iPhones and all these things that you walk around like what? A cyborg.
Right.
A soulless little hive mind, all getting direction from devices.
Yeah, and when people go and get these technologies and information, although it could be used for things that are good, it makes them like a drone or a clone, and that basically, to sum up, the aliens, they have no consciousness. They're like, well, these specific things, they're like clones. They worship their own technology. In the ancient Middle East, there was these civilizations that existed that were kind of really emboldened in themselves. And when they were emboldened in themselves, they had this factor that came into play, where they're so confident in these different structures and things that they created, they lost sight of not being in tune with God, and then eventually their civilization got destroyed. So these aliens are doing the same thing. They're worshiping their technology over truth. And yes, and Moki said that that's the chamber, the Gilgamesh chamber. Thank you, Moki. Yes, and we've talked about the Gilgamesh chamber on here before too. Yes, there's one in Egypt as well. Definitely.
Now we go, no way, because I'm visiting RollingStone.com and you're visiting like whatever, and someone's playing Halo and the other person's watching Jurassic Park, on the movie theater. That's not the point. The whole point is that we're so focused on these things that you're not closing your eyes, taking a deep breath, realizing that the present moment is great, realizing that you're part of a connected system, like the damn movie Avatar, where the thing's alive, the whole planet's alive, and all the trees are connected. Remember that movie?
Oh, yeah.
It's that kind of thing.
Sure.
It really is that kind of thing. Do you know they studied depression on people that walked out of Avatar because people were so inspired, and then they walked out and they were in just like a bad little parking lot with oil stains and realized that their Earth isn't connected? Because it's supposed to be. Our Earth is, and we're supposed to sense that. But I'm so stoked on the fact that I have a thumbprint in slow motion on my iPhone that I don't really stop and notice,
Right.
And frankly, I'm as bad as everyone else. I'm not saying, I'm just telling you, I know what the hell is going on because I'm being briefed on it. And they're trying to figure out, how do we do this? How do we snap out of this?
Yep.
All right. So, yeah, that is an explanation about the technology from the aliens that were causing us brainwashing, their origins as the gods, right? These gods from the old religions are the imposters that are the same thing as the aliens, or these aliens specifically. These creatures that have been lurking through the earth for centuries. And there's stories of these gods having starships and advanced knowledge in making metals. And although humans were not able to perfect it the way they did, the humans over time have definitely gone a long way. And there's a theory that these, according to the book of Enoch and according to the Old Testament in Genesis, Numbers, that these beings came down and gave people information about what to do and how to make things. They gave humans technology and knowledge in math and sciences and different things done in their own way that caused good and bad for humans. So they're basically saying the aliens can crash their UFO and they get a transistor and they get all these different video games and stuff. So in the way the aliens are making themselves more like us by giving us their technology, and then humans get sucked into it. Right. Yes, making use of vibrations to move things. They're able to tap into these different frequencies to cause levitation and telepathy of and stuff with their craft. There's something called elements 15, 115, 115, which is apparently could allegedly be used as a UFO anti-craft. That is very possible that could be used. Just for the record. So yeah, they're able to have this technology that's far beyond ours. And explaining the guilt. So there's a theory that the Iraq War had to do with them trying to gather this certain craft, the Gilgamesh chamber. That's what the war in Iraq had to do with, and the Clintons were trying to get it also. All right. So in early 2003, a German-led team from Bavarian Department of Historical Monuments, headed by Fassbinder, conducted a magnetic survey of the ancient city of Uruk in Iraq using cesium magnetometer. They mapped roughly 100 hectares of the buried city without digging a single hole. The survey revealed a Venice of the desert, featuring a sophisticated system of canals, houses, and gardens. Structured mirror the Epic of Gilgamesh. And Moki also mentioned that Gilgamesh goes to the Satanists wanting to bring forward to the Antichrist. So the Clintons are involved in these satanic cults, and my fact that I believe. And so with these, in his opinion that I have, which I believe is a fact, is that the Clintons and these other elitists are these satanic cults that are control the West and the world and the country. What they do is with Gilgamesh is supposed to be in a suspended state of animation in this chamber, and he's actually allegedly the Antichrist, and the Satanists want to use this thing to bring forth the Antichrist. And Stephen Greer says the aliens are demons narrative is a psyop. Okay, thank you, Moki, for the info. Viral videos frequently claim that the Sastus chamber was found containing a perfect preserved 17-foot tall giant Gilgamesh, who is still alive or in a deep sleep. These claims that have been going around, that is what they are. And some conspiracy theories suggesting that 2003 invasion of Iraq was a resource war of ancient technology or giant DNA rather than weapons of mass destruction. The U.S. military sealed the site and removed the body through the documentation. And Gilgamesh era exists. For instance, Gilgamesh's dream tablet, looted from Iraq's 2003, later returned to U.S. government. All right, and going here. Okay, and the Gilgamesh as Nimrod. In the Christian theology, in a Christian interpretation, Gilgamesh is identified as the biblical Nimrod, the mighty hunter architect of the Tower of Babel. Because of Nimrod, often viewed as a type of precursor to the Antichrist, conspiracy theorists link Gilgamesh's resurrection to the end times. The Nephilim and the giant DNA. Theorists frequently claim that Gilgamesh was a Nephilim hybrid fallen angel and humans. Modern occultic groups and military are accused of trying to recover his DNA. Suppose the 2003 discovery of the cloned crate the body of the Antichrist in habitat. So that is a theory that the Chamber of Gilgamesh is really the Antichrist that they're trying to resurrect. And that was the reason why the satanic elites wanted to take over Iraq and take that for themselves. Yeah, so I think that definitely is real. All right, and going over to this window this way. These are allegedly some examples of Nimrod Gilgamesh. Right here. That he is still alive in suspended animation, some kind of a way, and that's the statue, and that is in there. And that is the giant tomb of him, allegedly. Those are other images of it. In 2003, the BBC ran short story The Archaeologist in Iraq believe may have found the lost tomb of King Gilgamesh. There's a video. Turn this down. Let's see. This is allegedly a video of it. Let's see. Okay, so this is allegedly inside the Gilgamesh tomb. Okay, and right, and allegedly that's it right there. That he's and a Satanist want this as a way to resurrect Antichrist, and okay, and some more right here. Let's see. looks like a package, but it's really the tomb, the sarcophagus of it. And yeah, there's another view of the beard, and he's stuck there in suspended animation. Right. And those are the gold. This is like a royalty type thing right there. Let's see. Yeah, very very interesting if this is real. If this is real footage of it. Anyway, yeah, showing some articles. All right, these similar to the Egyptian. It reminds you of Egyptian mythology too, with the different artifacts in the tomb itself. There, yep, and he's stuck in suspended animation, but he's like in a sleep state. Oh yeah, absolutely, very interesting. Kind of reminds me of Xerxes from 300. That's what it reminds me of. Although they look kind of different looking. It's the real Xerxes looked like that too, and he was a giant also. Yeah, so I said yeah, that's the reason they went to Iraq to recover this, and the Satanists and stuff they want to resurrect their Antichrist by having this. Those are the tablets, the ancient scroll, the ancient tablets, right? And there just wasn't really any sound, so okay, and that's that part. Okay, going this way. Yeah, so yeah, I think it just there's in theories about cloning. About we were talking recently about Jim Carrey being a possible clone or not really the same Jim Carrey, that it was someone else. So it seems that quite a few people in Hollywood and famous people have done and been involved with this cloning. So, for instance, we'll have Will Smith. There's a conspiracy theory that the Pleiadians, which is the Pleiadians is a type of alien. The Pleiadians are a type of alien species. The Nordics, it's a type of species, an alleged alien species, and that Will Smith is Pleiadian star seed and allowed himself to become cloned for profit. So there's a theory now that Will Smith himself is cloned, and just something interesting to think about. 2021, that Will Smith appeared on a UK talk show looking unrecognizable. 2022, the slap incident. Will Smith lost control and slapped Chris Rock at the Academy Awards. Connect the dots. That's what I'm just thinking to myself. And let's go this way. So picture right here. See, this is a picture of Will Smith. He doesn't really look like the Will Smith that people usually know of, and so yeah. So there's a theory here. Just looking at him, you have to judge for yourself. But yeah, he's allegedly cloned, and not the original Will Smith.
Sir, may I say?
And going this way. So, all right, I think that will be good there. Let's go.
Hey, welcome to the show. Real treat to have you on. You're here to talk about your latest film, King Richard, in which you play dad of tennis stars Venus and...
Yeah, so that is a little video of him moving around, and so there's theory that he may be one of the cloned. He may not really be him, he might have been cloned. So there is that right there. And what do y'all think? Do you all think that Will Smith may have cloned himself? There might be a clone of him, like with the Jim Carrey situation. Do you think people in Hollywood are doing stuff like this or not? I'd be interested to know what chat thinks. All right. Okay, and Eric says it may be plastic surgery as well. Yeah, that could be a possibility, and the plastic surgery can certainly alter someone to look different than how they usually would look. So, I think that it is possible when you have something like this happen, you have people who sometimes switch out a body, so they'll have somebody act in their place. And I do believe in the occults maybe cloning people, and it could be plastic surgery, or it could be someone that's not really who they think it is. Either one could be a possibility. Yeah. Thanks for your take. So some more about the elites doing these diabolical things is that the intelligence sources corroborate claims of government occult rituals. The researcher Nathaniel Gillis has long maintained there is deeply troubling undercut with the certain factions of the government, alleging while officials exercise narrative control, they are covertly building altars to known entities and engaging in occult rituals being in closed doors. Okay, DJ says a clone would have to be born or fast age, or it's not possible. Jim had a body double do shows sometimes, he said. Lookalikes. Okay, DJ, thank you for your take on this. And yeah, the body doubles, he was known for that. Now, people are concerned for Jim Carrey because he himself has not come out and said specifically what happened, and he did expose a lot of things that the elites, Illuminati, whatever people want to call it, were talking about. People are concerned for him, but he definitely did talk about body doubles that looked alike. Yeah. And they all may use body doubles. It's possible they all might do it. And as researcher covering the intersection of the government secrecy and unexplained phenomena, and I find this ongoing assertion that's striking because they directly mirror information given to more private intelligence community sources. Yeah, I agree. I think he's a cool actor. Okay, the interview was weird. Okay, yeah, the interview was weird. Controversially, also, I think we all have the innate ability to do so much more we collectively know by transferring consciousness to another. Yes, I do believe, I was talking about that earlier to different chat people, where some people that did drugs or certain types of drugs were able to do astral projection, where they're able to project their soul out of their body. And yes, Hollywood must suck. I do definitely agree that it must suck. And definitely transferring the consciousness. So in the same way about transferring consciousness to one person to another, or a shared mutual hive mind, I think those concepts are real, and it's a way of human psychic synchronicity that can occur in certain circumstances. And I do think different types of spiritualism does tap into that and tries to harness it for their own will. So I do think there are collective memories and collective ideas that can happen in those ways. Yeah. Let's see here. Okay, and yeah, because the Holly Weird, as we also call it, is so with these different people in Holly Weird. I think that there's lots of satanic imagery, and I believe there's a satanic power that has definitely seized this country and abroad. And you see, as I've told people before, the holly tree was used for magic. The time of Merlin and the wizards of the past, they used the holly tree for magic. And it originates back to the ancient Canaanites. And when you have television, it's telling a vision. Just as you would have the wizards would have a crystal ball or some sort of portal into another realm. And channel is like channeling something. So definitely the way they orchestrated the entire thing was based off of magic. And like Disney, etc., they use magic as a way of conveying information. So in the same way, these different occults and these elites that are harnessing this type of power information are using it to project their narrative on the populace. And a lot of times in Hollyweird, there are people that have been through messed up traumatic things. They're basically puppets and creepers, types of wood used in magic wands. Holly. Yes. Yes, exactly. The creepers. They do stuff, as we know with the Epstein files. A lot of these people were involved with things with the children, and allegedly, according to conspiracy theorists, is that they're harvesting adrenochrome, which is this type of blood energy that is used by the vampires like throughout the ages. So there's a theory that this type of the elites are using the same thing. They're part lizard. They are lizards themselves. Are using the same rituals of blood sacrifices, which all civilizations did, and they're doing it to absorb the energy from it. Yeah. So this is an alleged theory about it. What happened with Epstein? There's all that is allegedly linked together. And Eric said there is a portal between San Diego, Catalina Island. Have you heard anything about this? It's close to LA Hollywood. Yeah, I have heard about that before, and there's lots of those all over the place. And the portals are used by these fallen entities to travel through and do this types of information. And I wouldn't be surprised it would be in Hollywood, but that's where it is. There's these types of... Another thing that I saw earlier was about in Arizona and California, there's a center of the world, which is a giant pyramid where some of the Rothschilds have been at, and other different groups have been. These occults use that place too. So definitely I've heard about that place and the other one you speak of. So I'll explain more about the question about the Hollow Earth. Between San Diego and Catalina Island, area is steep with local legends and paranormal theories to match what we're talking about. So going more detail about it. And so the theories believe that Catalina Island contains a portal to civilization within a hollow earth in the 20s. members of the Hollow Earth Society reportedly visited the island specifically search for this gateway. Yeah, there's theories that there are people inside the Earth. There's a hollow Earth under there. That's what the Nazis thought too. And that Antarctica is allegedly a portal to it. Yeah, California is magical, good and bad. Yep. With a lot of bad. Scared. Oh yeah, I mean, California definitely has a magical aura about it. And it is where a lot of the media we all consume comes from. It's extremely important and essential to realize that. And it does have a nice landscape, and it does have interesting lands, and the weather's pretty good too, and they have cool beaches. So, beside with all of that involved, it makes it an enchanting place. Indeed. The Green Door, mystery mines. Local folklore includes stories of mysterious green door that occasionally appears in Tyon Bay, which some claim is an entrance to another world. So it's allegedly a UAP USO hotspot, for UFOs. So the waters between the mainland and the Channel Islands and the Chanel Islands are famous. No, not Chanel. It's Chanel. Are famous from unidentified aerial phenomena, UAP. Unidentified submerged objects, USO. Oh, hello, Duke. Good to see you, buddy. Welcome to the stream. Yes, so a USO is a type of UFO object that can go from underwater to the top of the water. It's UFO. There's these UFOs that come from underwater. They just go way out into the sky, and it doesn't make any sense. Notable sightings. In 2004, the Tic Tac UFO encounter have led some to speculate about underwater alien bases or gateways into the region. In Catalina Eddy, one of the more specific note meteorologists tracked the Catalina Eddy, a swirling vortex of marine clouds that often forms between San Diego and the islands, while purely atmospheric, its circular swirl appearance on satellite imagery fuels the vortex theory. All right, the Hollow Earth emergency exit. One of the most persistent legends in the Catalina serves as a portal to civilization to Hollow Earth. All right. The local lore suggests, good to see you too, that prehistoric race of blue-eyed, blonde hair, standing 7 to 9 feet tall, were guardians of the portals. This was popularized by image archaeologist Ralph Glidden, who claimed to unearth thousands of giant skeletons on the island in early 20th century. Green Door of Tyon Bay. Specific supernatural phenomenon known as the Green Door is said to appear intermittently in Tyon Bay. Witnesses describe it as a shimmering door-like anomaly that appears from time to time, which some theorists believe is literal interdimensional portal. Avalon Bay was historically referenced by some of the Bay of Seven Moons, a name popularized in 1902 about Native American teenager named Toraka. This legend hid in rocks, shelters, sacred spots used for ancient rituals. Toraqua Cave. Legends persist about hidden Spanish treasure buried in the mysterious Toraqua Cave, which supposedly used as decoy to hide vast wealth from Sir Francis Drake. All right. There's a legend lore, fictionalized. There's lore of the SS Santa Catalina was famously depicted as being sucked into the Squall, an interdimensional portal that links our Earth with an alternative universe. You can hear me tonight without cranking the volume. Well, I'm glad that the I'm glad I'm coming off as clear this time. Facts. All right. Reports include the woman in white on the mezzanine level and man in 1920s vintage attire who has been seen walking through the solid walls. Let's see some going down the rabbit hole of this. Let's see. Talk about this one. The inn at Mount Ada, formerly the summer mansion of William Ringley Jr. and his wife Ada, is considered one of the most haunted locations in Catalina Island. Exploding glassware. A former staff member reported seeing an ethereal man in a suit in the balcony, immediately followed by a loud bang in the kitchen, where every glass inside the cabinet had spontaneously exploded. Alright, Moki says, I changed my clocks, not my computer clock is confusing me because it hasn't changed yet. Well, it must be, well, I know your computer must be from, Nebraska. The Nebraska computers seem to do that. So all those cornfields. Yeah. And I remember usually with the daylight changing the clocks, it's something that I'll go inside and then the time's all different and it's like being in a whole different universe all of a sudden. Yeah. It's like my computer, I don't think mine is really changed either. It's definitely going to we're gonna have to put all the computers in timeout if they don't want to cooperate. Scared. All right. The woman in the wardrobe. Guests have reported a spectacular young woman who appears in the room, stares at them in bed, pauses, and then walks toward a wardrobe before vanishing into thin air. Daylight apparitions. Unlike many haunted sites, ethereal figures at the mansion are frequently reported in broad daylight, often appearing as translucent people in vintage attire. Physical anomalies. Beyond the glassware, investigators and guests have documented smaller poltergeists activities, such as makeup bags inexplicitly tipping over, the sensation of sheets being tugged, or feet being tickled by unseen hands. Eerie disembodied voices and unusual loud banging sounds have been recorded early morning hours, specifically at 5 a.m. Reminds me, one of my friends over in Oregon, maybe not Oregon, yeah, it was in Oregon, was talking about their experience with. There's a house that she and her family had, her grandparents had, and it was very haunted. That's something that I thought was a. And there was a cult that used to have it, by the way. It used to have that house. Okay, so yeah, that is a little bit down the rabbit hole of. And let's see what the haunted hotels. Haunted hotels. Exactly. They definitely. There's good and bad energy. And I remember one night I was talking to some of my companions, and there was one dude where my friend David, we're talking about the concept of ghost hunting and proving it scientifically, and using a lidar, which is this way to graph out the ground, and using different wave frequency detectors to map out a some sort of energy field being there. Usually these things are used for electricity and mapping things in the ground. So if there is, during a ghost hunt, there is a certain anomaly that is there, you could scientifically prove that there is something there by watching the different gauges on the machines to prove to the scientific community that there's some sort of spirit of some kind. Where that is how it would be done. And that is exactly your point, Eric, is that with these types of technologies, they do give off an energy. These type of aliens, ghosts, spirits, whatever they are, there's a certain energy field that is present. All right, and there is the Glenmore P Plaza Hotel. This is the second oldest hotel in California and major hotbed for paranormal activity. The Clark Gable suit. The most famous legend is Clark Gable's spirit still haunts the Gable suit tower room and continues to throw lavish parties there. And yeah, scared. The miraculous save. There is a story of a woman who fell from a third-story balcony, but was mysteriously found on the second floor of an unoccupied room, as if something pulled her through the window to save her. The Phantom Children. Guests have reported the sounds of a small child running down the hallways, only for the noise to stop abruptly in the doors with no one there. It reminds you of The Shining. Okay, Hotel MacRae. Built in 1920s, this hotel is said to be haunted by a woman searching for something she lost. The mysterious lady. Legends associates her with a tragic shipwreck off the coast in 1920s. ghostly sensations. Guests frequently report unexplained knocks on the door, an unsettling feeling of someone sitting on the edge of their bed while they sleep. The Avalon Hotel, the Art Deco gem, also known for its ghostly residents. Staff. Hotel staff openly share stories of guests who felt they were being watched or were not alone in their rooms. Physical disturbances. Similar to Mac Ray, guests have experienced unexplained noises and sensations of invisible presence in their sleeping quarters. So those are some ghosts sightings in some of those hotels near the area that we were speaking of. Okay, and switching over to. By the way, the picture behind me is planet Serpo with the two suns of Serpo, and what they're doing is, you know, it's in the. I described exactly what the planet Serpo looks like, and then this is what it comes up with. It has the two suns, and that's the background where the aliens called the Ebians are. Okay. All right, so this is a picture of some aliens, allegedly. The garments they are wearing are described to us as, at the time, as flight suits, though some suggest they might be spacesuits. In truth, we do not have the firm basis to call them either. There was a still considerable uncertainty about whether these beings had even originated from the outer space. One detail recalled quite distinctly is the closure running down the center suits. It was not a zipper, which is what one would normally expect. Rather, it would appear to be a fastening system that would later come recognize the Velcro. Okay, thank you for the link, Eric. Okay, and switching over to this window right here. All right, so we're going to play this clip that he sent. Let's go to this way. All right. About right here. Let's see.
My girls and I are terrified to live here.
My arm started burning and I looked at it in the mirror and I seen a handprint. spirit is very destructive or try even to harm the family members as much.
Yeah, so you see in the clip there is how the doors open and close and the TV glitched, which I do definitely think that are signs of ghosts. And it's always good to have the context about the entire story. So this daughter and mother were in this house where these strange things are happening, and there's some injuries that occurred. And yeah, some people might argue there's a string people could pull to cause these things to happen. But I've seen a lot of ghost stories on YouTube and ghost sightings on YouTube, and this is an example of them where you have the full context of the situation. Is that is very creepy about the doors opening and closing and the TV glitching, and them actually experiencing something like that happening. It's not just something for show, but it's something they're really going through. And when you there is the Annabelle doll, the real Annabelle doll. That's what this story reminds me of, where it was created by a witch, probably, and it had some spirits in it. And it exists now inside a box and a museum. And people that did stuff with it, bad things happen to the people every single time. And it was giving nightmares to the parents. And like the dad saw that the Annabelle doll was hovering over him while he was sleeping and strangled him. And the other thing that happened was it was harming people in the house and the daughter and making people sick and ill. That's usually what these evil spirits do. And you can tell a difference between, as the Bible says, a test of spirit. The spirit's doing something wrong. I think there's something demonic, and it's not really what it's claiming to be. And it's just a bad spirit either way. Thank you for sharing that, Eric. It was a nice reaction to it. And shout out to the Spaceship Cats. Right, and that is the alien. Allegedly, what they were wearing. Right, and closing that one down. And let's go this way. All right, here I am. Yeah, so Duke was saying that the clocks change at 2 a.m. Okay, thank you, Duke. Okay, and now going to merger and open a new tab. Let's see. Okay, that's good. All right, let's react to. Oh yeah, this one about the lounge. Let's try. This should be a moment to look for it. Where is it? Okay, I got it to react, and this way. Okay. All right, the leaked emails of Tom DeLonge telling John Podesta that Roswell UFO crash wreckage was sent to Wright Patterson AFB and that General Neil McCasland knew about it and helped assemble his advisory team. Okay. Right, he mentioned he's a skeptic. He's not. I've been working with him for 4 months, and I just got done giving him a 4-hour presentation of the entire project for a few weeks ago. Trust me, the advice has already been happening now, and do how to do this all. He just has to say that out loud, but he is very, very aware, as he was in charge of all of the stuff. When Roswell crashed, they skipped it to the library at Wright-Patterson Air Force Base. General McCasland was in charge of the exact laboratory up to a couple years ago. He not only knows what I'm trying to achieve, he helped assemble my advisory team. He's a very important man. All right, best Tom Long. Tom Long. All right, so that is the email that he sent about that. Down some more of rabbit holes. Okay. Okay, this is something about the spiritual stuff. Not image, but we're just going to go this way. Okay. Yeah. Now, I do think that all the spirituality is all connected with these things. Definitely for sure. All right. Not messed up. We're just gonna go. This thinks it's an image, but it's not. Okay. Yeah. So going to the thing in Arizona I was talking about a moment ago. All right. Thank you all for being here. Shout out to all of you hanging out here listening to me. Lots of tabs, but we're going to get to the right one over here. Rancher. Go this way. Oh, there we go. About 1,000 windows open. The pyramid in the center of the universe is the official center of the world, located in the tiny Felicity, California, just 15 minutes west of Yuma, Arizona. While it isn't technically in Arizona, it approximately is the border and used Mountain Standard Time time matching Arizona often lead visitors to associate it with the state, the center of the world pyramid. The attraction is centered around 21-foot tall pink granite and glass pyramid. The spot inside the hollow pyramid and bronze plaque marks the official center of the world. The ritual visitors can stand on the plaque to make wish and receive certificate signed by the mayor of Felicity. Site was established in 85 by Jacques Istel, who claimed on a children's book he wrote on Co-Dragon of the World. All right, let's see. But it's a place of great theories, of, suspicious things. Their beliefs is that people have gone missing in the site. One specific story mentioned on the Joe Rogan Experience describes the police officer finding 20 empty cars in the parking lot with no sign of the drivers. There is no official record or evidence to support the claims, which are largely viewed as creepypasta fueled by the site's isolated desert location. Some theorists suggest that the pyramids is part of a larger geometric grid. A specific theory claims it if you draw a straight line from Felicity pyramid to another similar size pyramid, like pyramid size Travera, Castle Phoenix, it points directly to a major power plant and ley line. Said Rothschilds and different people like that have apparently been to this place. Because of the pyramid shape, the arm of God sundial, the massive granite panels, some visitors suspect the Masonic occultic symbols. The NWO, the claims that the history of humanity in it and granite is actually the blueprint of post-apocalyptic society message for future beings. The use of the precise mathematical coordinates and international recognition France, country central of such theories adds to these speculations. Alright, so due to the proximity to Arizona border, the Felicity is some group with 1909 Grand Canyon, where it claimed the Egyptian-style underground city of mummies were found in hidden caves. Theorists sometimes claim that the Felicity pyramid was built in the mark of the true center of the ancient hidden world. Alright, so that was another place that I saw about today. I want to share with everybody. Show some pictures of it. Let's go here. All right. Oh, okay, there we go. You think the Aztecs migrated through the area? Oh yeah, yes, definitely. Some ancient people definitely did. Aztecs included, in my opinion. Yeah, this is Facility, California. You have that. It was just a big pyramid. This is the sundial right there. It's a pretty much an extravagant object right there. Definitely incredible. And this is the aerial view. Yeah, and with this aerial view, you can see how it could look from space, because a lot of times with these structures, they're trying to signal something from the sky. And we got that right there. Just to know more information about it, pretty supernatural. There's a statue there too. It's very fascinating. Very fascinating. These different occultic structures. Okay. Okay, so while Jacques is still as a financier, there is the ownership and the conspiracy theory is the unusual nature, including the staircase to nowhere from the Eiffel Tower, a massive granite, is frequently dressed as conspiracy forms of the Reddit conspiracy. The elite background. Istil's background is French American. Okay. Oh yeah. Yeah, the church is very cool. Let's right here. Yeah, that's a very nice color. The white and the blue is very nice. Right, and while they're just across the border in Facility, California, approximately 10 miles west of Yuma, Arizona. Yeah, the road. So the church is. Oh, and Moki says things Stuka changed them. Facts. This roadside attraction was established and legally designated for pyramid in the center of the world. Pyramid is a 21-foot tall pink granite. Moki says, I have a certificate somewhere showing that I went there. Oh, yes, that certificate is certainly a first class pass. My friend and I went there when I lived in Yuma. Well, you and your friend definitely were ambitious explorers. That's really cool that y'all went there. And the church on a hill, a traditional chapel, sits atop a man made hill of prayer overlooking the site. Museum of History Granite features massive granite panels engraved with the history of humanity, including the sectors of the history of Arizona. Moki says, we thought it was weird, but not evil. Well, I will say that it's a very fascinating structure. Very fascinating structures. Especially the church. And Eric wants to know, Moki, if you went through the doors of the church. Okay, and yeah, this is the part where it's the compass, the center of the world universe, and right there is a giant man standing there, which we're going to take myself. Like, how about this? Take it right there. You got the purse, the statue of a human staying there with the compass. Moki says, I don't remember. I don't think so. I don't think it was there then. We went to the pyramid thing. Okay. Yeah, so this is the pyramid thing right here. Moki says, like, we might have. I've killed too many brain cells to remember. Oh, all right. And let's see. This is the video of it. Let's go there. Put this volume up.
That goes to nowhere, and the flags are at half mast, but the flags are up, so that says something. Maybe they're open. We'll see. This is entrance right here.
Mexico, Canada, France.
So we are here at what is being claimed as the center of the universe. Let's go and
You went there as a joke, a tourist trap. Facts. Right, a pyramid in the church, a place of worship. Oh, that's funny, Moki. Yeah.
so we can pay the nice lady. So the story behind this place is that there was this guy who was a army veteran who, after he got out of the war, he decided to buy a bunch of empty land, and he wanted to do this in the 80s. And then in 1989, France recognized his claim to this being the center of the world, and the center of the world is there inside of the pyramid. Okay, we're here from the center of the universe, which is inside that pyramid. The center of the world is there inside of the pyramid. Okay, we're here from the center of the universe, which is inside that pyramid. And now we're looking on the different monuments. Here to the left you have the U.S. Marine Corps and Korean War monument, the history of the Marines. AD's over here at the history of California. And then over there you have a history of the guy who founded this place. He was kind of French, parachute guy who was a lieutenant. And then behind that we have the history of humanity. So all these are just very detailed. It's kind of like somebody took an encyclopedia, all the different encyclopedia articles, and put them onto granite. Yeah, slapped it onto granite. Apparently with pictures and everything.
California was an island.
Yeah, and then at the end we'll go to the church. They got a recreation of the Liberty Bell here.
This is half its size.
Half-size replica. What does it say in the middle here, AJ? Looks like, what is that? No, Alpha.
All right, and we have Moki saying that I also went to Rattlesnake Tourist Trap in Texas. Ah, okay, so you were there to do the snake charming thing that they do to speak to the snakes. Okay. I guess that's what I assume that's what a rattlesnake tour is communicating with the snakes. And that sounds funny. Right. Hall of Records. Yeah, so it's basically a Hall of Records and in the mini. Yes. Yeah. Yeah, so basically, it's a big encyclopedia. Interesting how they put that there. Yeah. Okay. And same way.
An Omega, that's what it says. It says Museum of History in Granite, Literacy for Millennials. How long? It's in the desert. It's got a good chance. Here's the history of humanity. The Crusades and Genghis Khan. I would say if there was something major, this would probably survive because nobody would care about this area. Nobody cares about this land. Got the Mona Lisa, the Sistine Madonna, the Primavera, Delphinic Sibyl. Very cool. This is interesting. A lot of these are still blank. Like this one over here, it's blank. I guess that's because a lot of the history of humanity still needs to be written. So there's plenty of blank space, and they'll write your name. Okay, now we're gonna walk up all these stairs to the non-denominational church. Hopefully we can make it up all these stairs. It looked easier from far away. Hey, dude, made it up the stairs. I'm a little bit winded out to the church on the hill. I'm gonna check out to see what it's like inside. This is interesting. A lot of these are still blank. Like this one over here, it's blank. I guess that's because a lot of the history of humanity still needs to be written. So there's plenty of blank space, and they'll write your name. Okay, now we're gonna walk up all these stairs to the non-denominational church. Hopefully we can make it up all these stairs. It looked easier from far away. Hey, dude, made it up the stairs. I'm a little bit winded out to the church on the hill. I'm gonna check out to see what it's like inside. Nice and shady. So, according to what they said here, this church is dedicated for all religions, and anybody can have a service up here as long as they get a permit. Here at the top, you can see the Maze of Honor. Over there in the Maze of Honor, you can, for $100, you can buy a plaque and put your name on it. You can see all the main monuments here, and then the museums buildings over there and where people actually live. Over here it looks like they are in the middle of carving a new panel. Looks like it's going to be about the ocean, so that's what they're carving right now, is a panel about the ocean. Looks about the ocean.
Like it says, I just Googled the church was added in 08 and was there in 96 or so. Oh, okay, so the church was not built yet when you went there. Okay. That's pretty cool. I mean, I'll say the pyramid's in great condition. Yeah, I was not even born yet. Right. That is true. It was even before my existence. So, but I'll say the pyramid looks like it is in a great condition for being an antique. Yeah, they kept it up well. I wonder if this compass system was there or not. Okay, and one thing that I'm excited about is the rattlesnake tour. That's something that I need to go get bitten of. Yeah, I was bit by cats all the time. I could get bit by a rattlesnake too. It could really feel a sensation. Yeah. Okay. And see anything else in here?
And it's legend, so some sea monsters maybe. I'm now gonna go into the Maze of Honor. Hopefully I don't get lost into this Maze of Honor. But this is where they have the plaques, at least that's what it said, the people who paid $100 There's some over on the wall right here. So you can see some family pictures and a truck. Looks like you can put almost anything on these things. They're like little photos. So, different photos of different people. Not that many people have put up their names. So that is very interesting. You can put up different photos of people on this monument over here. But not many people have done it yet. Just a few. I really think this one about the guy who passed his 18-wheeler driving test at 86, that's pretty epic. According to the video over there, that piece of staircase actually belongs to the Eiffel Tower before they replaced the staircase. So that's what that staircase is all about. I am now officially visitor 90,576 to the...
Alright, this is what she was talking about. So it's a place of reference for someone from the future. Moki said, TripAdvisor says it's well worth the time spent. It's not. Oh, you have that too, Moki. You have the certificate of honor. Yeah. So, yeah, this is a certificate that Moki also has that she went there. Okay, so.
Before they replaced the staircase, so that's what that staircase is all about. I am now officially visitor 90,576 to the official center of the world at 3 p.m. on April 10th. And we are going to head back on Highway 8 now and eventually get home. That's the idea. We are now in the city of Brawley, population 25,000, and we are looking for some ice cream is what we're looking for. Interesting drugstore, White Cross.
Okay, so I am certainly going to put this place on the bucket list to go. I gotta see that at some point. So, yeah, this is the certificate that Moki also has of the center of the world. So that's really cool that you have that. And we got to see a picture of the certificate itself. Okay, and I say it's kept up really well. That's when it's open. Open sesame. Moki says, "No, it's so dumb, y'all. Y'all way better places to go." It's like, I'm just thinking here, like, I'm an alien, and I have to go into this very useful, extravagant place in the center of the world. Go to Graceland instead. Well, Graceland is a nice place to go. That would be really cool. Yeah, I mean, going over to a bull ride or something would be even more interesting, I guess. But yeah, it's basically you're saying it's a Timu Sheen vacation. Well, I'll give it some thought to do something else instead, but it's very tempting to go to the center of the universe right there. Scared. Yeah, the church looks really cool. Yeah, and I will say it's marketed very well. It's marketed very well. Okay, so that's the Eiffel Tower. Rachel, Nevada. Yeah, that sounds interesting. Okay, and let's go there. Rachel, Nevada. That okay, chat. Look at this. Well, let's switch out the window here. This looks cool, chat. Wrong thing. Okay, let's go put this thing here. Scared. Rachel, Nevada is a remote alien-themed community in Lincoln County, famously known as the closest settlement to the highly classified Area 51, located along the extraterrestrial highway, Nevada State Highway 375. It serves as the central hub for UFO enthusiasts and curious travelers. Well, that is so cool. That is so cool. Well, this website is fire. This was, whoa, I'm getting speechless here. This website is spectacular. The way it was designed. Much better designed than YouTube. Oh, I love the night sky and the alien themed there. Valentine's Day. Alright. That is so cool. Alright, the US is covered in red dots except for most of Nevada, not because we don't have PERS here, but because it's mostly federal land. Ah, okay. Okay. Yeah, and that is a very interesting fun fact, is that most of it is federal land where there's lots of federal testing. If I recall correctly, nuclear testing goes on there too. And that is very something to keep in mind, and I think a lot of UFO activity happens there too. Yeah, there's weird SH like that, weird sheet like that all over the West. Yes. And okay, oh thanks. Definitely, my buddy Ross is out there in the West. He's over in Arizona. I seen some of the pictures of it. It's a nice desert landscape, and yeah, well, I have quite a few people I know out there from YouTube in general, but yeah, over the West. Well, yeah, thank you, Loki. I will definitely explore that. Oh, we got a reel. Facts. All right, going to show this on the other screen. Okay. Shouts to the spaceship cats, and now we're about to react to this. Thank you for the link. Okay, let's go here.
IP address that is downloaded, shared, or distributing child rape images, almost all under the age of 12. And that's just a 6-month screenshot of it. And there are over 338,000 on there. There's blue dots on there. You can't really see them, but the blue ones are the ones that are under investigation.
In a sea of red.
Isn't that a problem of what we're talking about? Every one of those red dot maps is a unique IP address that is downloaded, shared, or distributing child rape images, almost all under the age of 12. And that's just a 6-month screenshot of it. And there are over 338,000 on there. There's blue dots on there. You can't really see them, but the blue ones are the ones that are under investigation. in a sea of red. Isn't that a problem of what we're talking about? Every one of those red dot maps is a unique IP address that is downloaded, shared, or distributing child rape images, almost all under the age of 12. And that's just a 6-month screenshot of it. And there are over 338,000 on there. There's blue dots on there. You can't really see them, but the blue ones are the ones that are under investigation. In a sea of red. Isn't that a problem of what we're talking about?
Wow, this is absolutely disgusting. And yeah, I will say Nevada is completely. There's like nothing going on in Nevada. There's none of this coming from there. Yes, I see Nevada. It looks it looks like there's no red dots in Nevada at all. It's look the eye of the hurricane. But man, look at the entire country. That's disgusting. And the East Coast, that's where Epstein is. Yeah, Epstein is in the area where it's very dark red, by the way. Yeah, that's just really creepy. Oh, I get it, Moki. It's quote unquote empty. It's almost like there's a hedge over it. It's like the population is unknown. Nope, that is true. Aliens do not. Oh, you're in East Coast. Yeah, scared. You gotta watch out of the people surrounding you. Yeah. And yeah, as I said, Epstein was from that region. But my state is just covered in red. That's not good. I said, so it looks like the alien Nevada is a safe haven. Yes, Moki, I do agree. That is very weird. Yeah. Either you live in a utopia, the aliens are just more chill than Earthlings, which I believe is true, or there's some sort of a hedge over it, or some other reason with the government land. Yeah, or it's empty, so to speak. But yeah, it looks like Nevada's a place to go to be safe from that kind of stuff, it seems. So shout out to Nevada. Oh, okay, Mermaid, understood. Yeah, the Dakotas have more, yeah. Okay, it's like Montana, those areas seem to have nothing really going on. And I said Nevada's just completely empty. It's just it's like a safe haven. It's like a enclave, an eye of the hurricane. So that is something for everybody to know. That is very, very strange. It's weird. Yeah. Right said, I'm like paralyzed and fear, and Gooby is on me. Well, Gooby is there to keep you warm and safe, and he will be your bodyguard. He's got your back. So, but yeah, definitely. Uh, when life throws you Sheen, make Sheen lemonade, as the saying goes. Thank you, Moki, for sharing that. That's just crazy. Wow. Moki said there is a giant Air Force base and bombing range there. Stuff there. Oh yeah, yeah. That yeah, I'm sure a lot of testing happens in that state. If they would go and nuke anything that's trying to be creepy, also in bombing range. Interesting. Yeah. Let's see. Go over this way. All right, the nuclear testing and bombing exercise in Nevada have primarily taken place at two major adjacent facilities. The National Security Site, NNSS, formerly known as Test Site, Nevada Test Range. All right, so, yep. Located approximately 65 miles northwest of Las Vegas. The site was primarily location for U.S. nuclear weapons testing between 51 and 92. Atmospheric tests. A total of 100 atmospheric tests were conducted until 1962. These often involved airdrops from B-50 bombers, with the first test able occurring in January 27, 1957. Underground tests. Following the 1963 Limited Test Ban Treaty, testing moved underground. U.S. conducted 828 underground tests here until the last test divider in September 1992. While full-scale explosive testing has ceased, the site still remains active for subcritical testing to verify reliability of aging nuclear stockpiles. Oh, they're still doing stuff underground. Okay. I'm curious, is it noticeable that something's happening, or is it just something you might hear about on news or word of mouth? This range used in U.S. Air Force Advanced Combined Training non-nuclear mutants testing. Aerial bombing. The range features over 1,200 targets for aerial gunnery and bombing exercises, including red flag and green flag exercises. Tonopah Test Range. Located with NTTR, this area is used for testing nuclear weapon delivery systems. Oh, okay, Moki. Thank you. Tonopah Test Range. Located within NTTR, this area is used for testing nuclear weapons and delivery systems. In August 2024, the Air Force successfully tested the Inter B6112 nuclear gravity bombs, dropped from F-35A fighter jets at this range to ensure delivery reliability. Atomic tourism. In the 1950s, mushroom clouds from the atmospheric test were visible from Las Vegas, leading to an area of atomic tourism where people watched detonations from the hotel rooftops. Oh, okay. Thank you. Understood. The underground facilities are being used for other things. Yes, I see. Yeah. I remember we're watching an interview recently of one of the individuals, researchers that was at one of a secret base underground. Yeah. Oki says subcritical experiments occur more than 900 feet below ground at the principal underground laboratory and subnautical experimental pulse. Oh, okay, thank you. Well, that's really cool that they're still doing stuff. 900 feet is very deep. The Downwinders residents in neighboring areas like southern Utah and military personnel, atomic veterans, have reported high rates of cancer attributed to radioactive fallout from early tests. Public can visit through National Atomic Testing Museum or by booking highly restrictive official tours of NNS. Like I said, Alien, this is where the tech writing job I interviewed for this and about makes sense. Oh yes, Moki, it makes perfect sense to me. Thank you for explaining. That's I was thinking to myself that must be where you were going to work at. Okay, understood. Makes sense of me. Let's go here. All right, these physics experiments take place in the pulse for when UI complex, which is located approximately 693 feet, nearly 1,000 feet underground. Depth of access. Scientists are equipped it with descended via vertical shaft to maze horizontal tunnels, and Zero Room's facility operates at the same depth as 1990 Leto nuclear tests. These tests use high explosives to shock weapons grade poltium, allowing researchers to study how nuclear materials age without triggering a self-sustaining nuclear chain reaction. Well, this is very fascinating. Very, very fascinating. Experiments are sealed behind reinforced concrete and steel bulkheads within robust confinement vessels to prevent the, the release of radiological material into the tunnel environment. The data collected from essential National Nuclear Security Administration to verify safety reliability of the tests. Oh, very cool. Oh, I agree. I don't like losing an hour either. It's cringe. Although there are people that don't they like the daylight savings time thing. You know, I'm not really a big fan of it either. Yeah, it says I jacks me up. It's like the self sabotage, but it's actually it that jacks me up. Right. We need to ditch the time change. Moki, I agree about the time change being ditched. You know, but losing an hour is cringe, and it messes up with everybody's system. I definitely agree with that. Right, so that's because they usually would use these things for farmers and types of crops like that, but it doesn't usually work for, like, I'm sure it messes with your, like with me, I'm sure with you it does the same thing where it just kind of messes with the patterns of the sun and sleeping, and it just kind of causes a system mess up. You know, it's a it causes like a completely systematic cringe. And I do think it would just be much more simplistic flow for all 8 players to not have the daylight savings time thing in general. Right? Structures are complex, consisting of a series of mined vertical shafts, horizontal tunnels, specialized environments of alcoves and zero rooms. Only place in the United States where subcritical experiments can be performed using weapons or relevant qualities of plutonium. Pulse is a critical component of the stockpile stewardship progress SSP. It purposes it to validate safety. The collection of data on plutonium ages behaves under extreme pressures and temperatures, so it seems like a very advanced place. The I always liked it when, I think everyone likes to gain an hour, but some people like to lose it. The Kygnus, a pulse X-ray radiography system, has provided data for over 20 years. The Scorpius, a 40-foot-long linear accelerator that will capture the high-resolution multi-pulse radiographic images of plutonium impulsions. Zeus, a neutron-diagnosed subcritical experiment machine designed to measure neutron multiplication during the implosion. May 2024, the National Nuclear Security Administration successfully executed the first experiment of new called Nimmel Pulse Facility. By the way, this is the facility. Sure. Oh yeah, yeah. Iran apologized for attacking its neighbors. Yes, it did. All right. Iranian President Pezeshkian issued a rare, unexpected apology on March 7, 2026, for recent missile and drone strikes against neighboring Gulf Arab states. Apology comes amid an ongoing war between Iran and Israel, the United States, that began on late February 2026. Statement: in a pre-recorded address, the Pez said, "I should apologize to neighboring countries that we attacked by Iran on my own behalf." He announced that Iran's interim leadership council have agreed to suspend attacks on nearby states unless strikes against Iran originate from their territory. Internal confusion. The president attributed the strikes to miscommunication and a loss of command and control following reported killings of Iran's supreme leader and other officials earlier in the conflict. Backtracking hours. Hours after the internal apology, P issued a second statement omitting the apology and claiming Iran had not attacked friendly neighbors and countries following intense backlash from hardline Iranian officials. So it looks like he backtracked from it. President Trump dismissed the apology as a surrender and rejected any talks of a settlement, reiterating his demand for Iran's unconditional surrender. Continued fighting. Despite the diplomatic gesture, reports indicate that missile and drone interceptions continued in Qatar, Bahrain, and the UAE shortly after his speech. You see, because the Iranians, they're attacking. Yes, I agree. I agree, Moki. The world is weird. Yes. Continue fighting despite the leadership rifts. The conflicting messages have highlighted a deep divide within Tehran between pragmaticists and hardline Revolutionary Guard commanders who favor continued regional escalation. Yeah, Moki, I think the world we live in is the biggest circus of all time. Really is. It's one of those. It's like it's more crazy than the chickens running around on the Hawaii Island. Right. A fun fact is the 2026 Women's Asian Cup is ongoing in Australia. Iranian women's national team is facing challenges in its group stage: Philippines versus Iran on March 8th. That's the official situation that is happening in Iran. It looks like Iran blinked for a second in its staring, contest, but then they backtracked. So they apologize and they backtrack from it. And this is the underground laboratory, which I think looks very fascinating. It looks well made. It's definitely a tunnel. Nice and clean looking. This looks like it can be from one of the Avengers movies. It's pretty cool. All right, and Masood backtracked on his apology due to intense pressure from hardline factions and who view the conciliatory tone as a sign of weakness during active war. Powerful figures, including the hardline clerk and lawmaker Hamid Rasai, publicly condemned the apology as unprofessional, weak, and uncapable. Leadership Council rift. While Pakistan is part of the 3 interim Leadership Council, fellow members Moshini openly contradicted himself, stating that intense attacks on the region targeting would continue. So yeah, it's totally weird. It's just they're saying that they did it, and then they apologize and they backtrack. Kind of random to happen all of a sudden. Yeah. The IRGC, which controls Iran's missile program, appeared to ignore the president's call for a halt, launching a drone strike against a U.S. base in UAE just hours after the speech. Right, and he reiterated that Iran's strike across the region were aimed solely at U.S. military assets, not neighboring civilian populations. Defiant tone, he dismissed the demand for an unconventional surrender as a dream and vowed that Iran would resist to the last drop of our lives. Alright, so that is Iran's update. Yeah, the world is absolutely crazy right now, and it's really weird. It seems like it has all these unexpected things that happen where it makes very little sense. Yeah, some most random things could just be thrown in there. Okay, and yeah, people just got to understand that it's extremely messed up what these evil forces of darkness are doing to the world in general, and then you have these human moments or these calculated moments that'll be very confusing. So we'll have to see how it goes with Iran Israel situation. Okay. All right, and it's like we're just gonna wake up one day and there's one meme I saw. It's like you're gonna in 11 o'clock at night. It's gonna look like it's morning time, but it's actually a nuclear bomb going off. It's like while the apocalypse is literally happening, tearing up the whole world. It's like the cat is still gonna want his treats. All the cats are still gonna want their treats. Apocalypse is no excuse for slacking. And there's just a lot of people as well, as we were talking earlier about the technologies and how people became drones, had their heads in the sand with the technology. A lot of people just don't even realize what's going on around them and just are stuck and sucked into the void of the internet and not these other types of reasoning about what's really going on. So basically they become the product. So more facts about Rachel Nevada is as March 26th, the estimated population approximately 23 residents. Historically, the population has fluctuated between 20 to 50 people. The Little Ailey Inn is a town's primarily landmark. The town's primary landmark is combined the restaurant, bar, and motel offers alien burgers, themed souvenirs, and advanced advice on where to legally spot UFOs. Oh, I think with these UFOs, themed restaurants are so cool. There is something that I saw one time. It may have been in, I saw, say in Nevada, there was this McDonald's. It was a McDonald's that was completely alien themed with a UFO in it and everything. I thought that was solely a cool concept. I imagine it could have like a UFO grocery store, UFO movie theaters. So I like the alien themed restaurants and hotels. There's a couple of alien restaurants that I've heard about, which I think is a very cool concept. Yeah, the little alien inn, and let's see. This screen shows right here a couple different things. If this is the little alien inn in Rachel, looks like it has an alien merch. Yeah, I think that is a really cool concept. It looks like that's a burger, fries. It looks pretty cool. Yeah, this is the classic UFO being hovered over by a crane. That's nice. It has an Earthling sign. Yeah, I like that. I like these concepts right here. Definitely. Right, and here we have the gray aliens chilling at this inn at the little alien Alamo. Right there. That's pretty cool. Okay, going this way. Yeah. Definitely out in the deserts, it's much easier to see UFOs than a lot of places in the city. I've seen a live camera of like the sky at night in like a real secluded area, and you could see those UFOs. There's a bunch of them. They're like flying around and doing their thing in the sky. Look, it was tons of them. It was so it looks like they're always around, but you just don't always notice them. There is no cell service. Reception is spotty or non existent in the Sand Springs Valley. Wildlife hazards. Cattle are frequently on the open range. Drive with extreme caution at night. Supplies. Always extra carry water, spare tire, and surrounding desert is unforgiving. Yeah, the desert can be a tricky place when different things can happen where if you break down, there could be issues. So is definitely something to approach with caution and preparation. And this is apparently a more interesting thing than seeing the mighty pyramid. All right. And let's see this part here. Activities in Rachel Center is quirky extraterrestrial culture and location as of UFO capital of the world, the little alien town, primarily hub. You can eat alien burger, browse one of a kind alien souvenirs, and see the official movie monument from '96 film Independence Day. Don't forget to tack a dollar bill in the bar ceiling alongside the local tradition. Alien Cowpoke, gas and general store. Stop by for gas snacks and photo op with life-size alien sculptures out front. Rachel is part of the power trial featuring hundreds of geo geo caches along the extraterrestrial highway, one of the largest structures in the trails of the world. In stargazing, thanks to the remote desert location, the minimal light population, the area offers world-class views of Milky Way, frequent reports of unexplained aerial phenomena. Nearby Aerial 51 landmark. Black mailbox located south of town on Highway 375. This famous gathering spot for UFO seekers was once the only trademark on the stretch of road. Area 51 Perimeter. Gates. You know you can legally drive to the Black Gate, roughly 8 miles from Rachel, or the main gate, to see the no trespassing signs and cameras, but do not cross the line. Tickaboo Peak. For those with 4WD stamina, this is the closest legal vantage point to actually seeing the Area 51 facility at a distance. Ghost towns and artifacts. Western history buffs can explore the nearby mountains for Paiute Indian petrographs and arrowheads, or visit the abandoned cowboy ghost towns and surrounding valleys. Off-roading. The vast expanses of the BLM land sounds of the town, popular for the road vehicles exploration on various dirt roads. Right, Rachel and Nevada Desert, the ghost towns. Ghost towns are the remains of the 19th century and early 20th century settlements, mostly mining camps that flourished during the boom periods and were abandoned once the ore ran out. Nevada has more than 600 of these sites, more than any other state. Boston and bus cycles. The settlements typically appeared and overnight following discoveries of silver, gold, and tungsten or lead. Rapid abandonment. When mines became overvalued, production dropped, or jobs disappeared, townspeople often left within a matter of years, sometimes taking their wooden buildings and materials with them to the next site. Notable ghost towns near Rachel. Within 30-mile radius of Rachel, you can find remnants of several historical mining camps. Crescent City, located at Mount Irish, the site features 150-year-old smelter stack, a rock cabin, and a log cabin. Old Tempute, a late 1800s silver mining camp situated about 6 miles southeast of Rachel on the south slope of Mempute Mountain. Located on the base of Mount Irish, this silver mining town played a critical role in early southern Nevada heritage. Reveal, found roughly 50 miles from Rachel, it features stone foundations and a mysterious intact wooden cabin from its silver mining peak in 1860s. Silver Bow, Silver Bowl. Yes, Moki, I am going to know more than you ever will know about your state. I will be your encyclopedia guide about the state completely. I it's going to be I am the Nevada scholar. Yeah. I'm going to make you feel alien to your own state. It's as if that I'm even more of your state than you are. Scared. All right. Visiting safely. Rough roads. Many of these sites require high clearance 4WD vehicles. 4WD. For a minute there, I thought it was going to be WD-40. To research, back roads are often unpaved or washed out. Hidden dangers. Be extremely cautious of unprotected vertical mine shafts and unstable ruins. Preservation. Visitors are encouraged to follow the leave no trace principles to protect these fragile historical sites from vandalism. Yeah, 4WD accessible route. For rugged a rugged day trip from Rachel to Mount Irish Ghost Town Loop is the most rewarding 4WD accessible route. Not route, but route. This journey combines historical silver mining ruins, high altitude desert scenery, and ancient Native American rock art. This route takes you from the desert floor of Rachel up to the summit of Mount Irish Range. Rachel to Logan Canyon Road. Drive southeast from Rachel on Highway 375 for approximately 38 miles to the Y intersection with Highway 318. Highway 318 entrance. Turn left onto Highway 318 North. After about 2.5 to 3 miles, look for an unmarked wire gate on the left west side of the road, just as past the Key Pittman Magnet area. No, not magnet, but management area. Ancient rock art. Follow the dirt road, Logan Canyon Road, for about 7 to 9 miles. You will reach Mount Irish Archaeological District, home to world-class Payot petroglyphs. Logan City Ghost Town. Continue another 2 miles past the rock art sites. You will reach the remains of Long City, where you can find stone foundations and well-preserved 1950s era Prospector's Stone House. Logan Summit, the 4WD Challenge. The road past Logan City climbs over Logan Summit. This section is steep, rocky, and strictly requires a high clearance 4WD vehicle. Crescent City and Mill. Descending into the northern Tickaboo Valley. Look for the 150-year-old smelter stack of Crescent City on your right. My city's called the Crescent City, by the way. So it looks like this is the cousin of the Crescent City. Return to Rachel. Follow the valley dirt roads west to rejoin Highway 375, roughly 18 miles south of Rachel. Navigation. Download offline maps like the On X off-road app, as there is no cell service. Fuel. Rachel's gas station has limited hours, 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. Fill up the Alamo or Ash Springs before starting the loop. Safety. Always close cattle gates behind you and carry full-size spare tire, as a sharp volcanic rock is common on these trails. List of rental agencies that allow off-road use for the road trip. Yeah, you see, that is Mount Irish, and then that's Logan City. Right. For off-road use near Rachel's standard rental agencies at Harry Reid International LAS, like Alamo Hertz and Enterprise, strictly prohibit driving on unpaved or non-publicly maintained roads. Doing so typically voids all insurance coverage. Instead, use specialty adventure rental agencies in Las Vegas that specifically authorize the equip vehicles for backcountry and off-road trails. Recommended off-road rental agencies. Vegas Jeep Tours. Vehicles offered. Custom Jeep Wrangler, Rubicons, and Gladiators equipped with 35 tires, 2 lift kits, and navigation. Usage specifically marketed for hitting the trails and off-road experiences. Rental types provides 4 to 8 24-hour self-guided rentals. Southwest Overlander vehicles specializes in Jeep Gladiator and Wrangler Rubicons. Features includes off-road gear like rooftop tents, optional, and is fully insured for backcountry use. Rate approximately $185 to $190 per day in dollars. Travel and costs. TAC rentals. Vehicles provide overland Jeep rentals, including Jeep Gladiators. Usage designed for extended desert trips, national park loops where unpaved roads access is expected. Buck and Bronco off-road adventures. Vehicles features customized Ford Broncos. Usage offers both guided tours and private rentals for self-guided off-road exploration. Comparison of rental options. Vegas Jeep Tours. Jeep Rubicon Gladiator. Off-road policy allowed, self-guided. Contact for quote. Southwest Overrider. Jeep Rubicon Gladiator. Allowed off-landing. Okay. Well, Moki, I'm glad that you had a good stream, and y'all have fun tomorrow, and see you tomorrow evening. Shout out to you. All right. All right. Gladiator Jeep allowed overlanding quote. Standing agencies standard 4x4 SUV track prohibited in unpaved roads. Damage waivers. Always verify if the agency insurance covers underbody and tire damage, as these are the most common issues on rocky Nevada trails. GPS comms. Ensure your rental includes a satellite-based GPS or download offline maps, as cell service is non-existent on mass off-road routes near Rachel. Security deposit. Specialty rentals often require a higher security deposit, often of $1,500 to $3,500 compared to standard airport rentals. All right. Essential recovery gear, then we'll end it. If you're heading into the Tickaboo Valley, up Irish Mountain, being stuck means very long walk downs with 23 people. When booking your Jeep or Bronco, ensure that the agency provides or allows you to bring these essentials. Full-size spare tire. Not a donut. Nevada's volcanic rock is notorious for sidewall pictures. Verify you have jack and lug wrench that actually fit the aftermarket wheels many rentals use. Traction boards. These are lightweight plastic ramps you shove under the tires if you get bogged down in deep silt or sand. Kinetic recovery rope. Better than a static chain. These stretch to snatch a vehicle out of a hole without snapping a frame components. Portable air compressor. You should air down lower tire pressure for better traction on Mount Irish rocks, then pump back up before hitting Highway 375. Tire plug kit. For small punctures for thorns, sharp rocks require full tire swap. Alright, full size spare. These lightweight plastic ramps shove under the tires. You get bogged down in silt or sand. Kinetic recovery. Better than a static chain. These stretch to snatch vehicles out of a hole when snapping components. Portable compressor. Plug kit. For small punctures from thorns and sharp rocks do not require a full swap. Shovel a simple folding camp shovel that can save hours of work if you have sensor in a vehicle on ridge. Satellite messenger. Garmin and Reach are Zelio since there is zero cell service in the canyons. This allows you to text a tow or SOS via satellite. Offline downloads on X Road Off. Yeah, GPS. Layers of Lincoln County before you leave Las Vegas. Little Alien does not have mechanic or tow truck. If you break down on the road, a specialized off-road recovery from Vegas could cost $1,500 to $3,000. Okay, nearly 5 hours. Wow. Okay. All right. Okay, everyone. Thank you all for coming and hang out with me. We'll be ending it for the night. And take care, everybody, and peace.